I'll now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It's a regular business meeting. It's Monday, June 14th, and we are starting at 4 p.m. I will now entertain a motion to enter closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion the board enter closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A1, A5, and A6, and General Statute 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Is there a second? Motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. All those in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries. I'll note that motion carried by a 6-0 vote because Ms. Caldwell is not present at this time. All right, we will go into closed session with the idea of returning no later than 6:30 p.m. Thank you. I'll now call this meeting back to order. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson, excuse me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Madam Chair, I've got a discussion for a minute.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that the agenda was modified, but the online one hasn't been modified, and the one I just got from Sonia is not modified.
The one that it is modified. It's item 7A is what you're looking to find.
But shouldn't that be under board action if we're going to pass a resolution? That's my question.
I think that probably was meant to have been added to the title line, the reports, information, and discussion with possible action is how it should have been worded. Would you like to make a motion to amend that title?
Just move it to action item.
Well, the update is not an action item. The action item is
A
the
potential
possible
resolution.
resolution to.
Right.
To add the words "and potential resolution."
Yeah.
Okay, I would so move.
Right, so this would Mr. Levy's motion would be to change the title of number 7 to reports, information, discussion, and possible action.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second that.
All right, any discussion? That was simply an omission in the title there, so, because the item is actually there. Mr. Levy with a second by Mr. Hensley. So item number 7 should read reports, information, discussion, and possible action. All right,
Is it the board's intent to keep it under reports,
Yes, sir.
information, and discussion, and not under action?
yes, sir.
Okay.
The motion on the floor then is to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 7-0. We good, Mr. Ramey?
Is that a motion to amend the agenda or to approve?
Well,
the
it might have been to approve it as amended. There was no objection to the amendment.
Okay, without objection, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so now we will move on. We're going to invite Dr. Mike Metcalf forward.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Will you please rise and join me, salute the flag, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Now we have with us Dr. Anita Appenfels.
Good evening. Pandemic or no pandemic, the sole role of central office and its various departments is to, behind the scenes and often away from school campuses, take care of things so that our teachers and others who work directly with students can focus on that work. Our employees are quietly doing the right thing day after day, moment by moment sometimes. They take their various roles seriously and selflessly. While it felt as if the pandemic halted life to a standstill, life continued for our employees. They still had babies. They continued to rent apartments and apply for mortgages, needing employment verifications. They had licensure requirements to meet. Workplace injuries still happened, and employees were diagnosed with illnesses, including and beyond COVID, that took them out of work and required leaves of absence. We continued to need, in fact, desperately need, substitutes willing to work in the unknowns of a pandemic. Employees continued to work, and finance ensured that they were paid, and paid on time. Because face-to-face indoor meetings were not permitted under COVID restrictions, employee meetings often took place underneath the picnic shelter by the little schoolhouse, with participants wrapped some days in coats, scarves, gloves, and masks. Central office receptionists calmed nerves, listened to frustrated callers, and attempted to connect these employees, parents, or residents with those best equipped to help them. Custodians dutifully cleaned our workspaces. Maintenance employees kept toilets, lights, and other equipment up and running. Our chief of police counseled an employee being abused by a significant other, while other police officers dealt with the social and emotional needs of our students. Our transportation and child nutrition departments figured and reconfigured bus and child nutrition meal schedules over and over again, and even delivered meals to folks' homes. Technology functioned in high gear to ensure that teachers could continue instruction, even if quarantined, and that students could learn, even if their parents opted for virtual instruction. Facility construction raced on to update and upgrade learning environments for students. Parents were kept abreast of ever-changing guidelines by those in communications. Veteran employees found ways to effectively train new employees, all while maintaining physical distance and donning masks. Curriculum team members provided ongoing support for teachers while continuing to develop materials to ensure that the district stayed abreast of all that children still were required to learn, pandemic or no pandemic. Student support services coordinated efforts to support students' social and emotional and physical health with the focus of our school nurses and almost daily collaboration with the Moore County Health Department. These largely behind-the-scenes individuals, under the leadership of our superintendent, have helped this engine, known as Moore County Schools, continue to run and thrive through some difficult months. Many of the employees I've mentioned will be impacted in a positive way by the classified salary schedule slated for implementation on July 1st. To all of them and to each of them, I say thank you. I'm proud to be a part of the Moore County Schools family and to have these individuals as my colleagues. Their selfless work inspires me every single day.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Applefeld. Vice Chair Thompson, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If everyone would please join me for a moment of silence, especially for our seniors this evening, as they take on the next step of their life's journey. A moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, tonight, we return to a format for recognitions that we've not enjoyed since last March, I guess is when we shut down. So Mr. Dennison is to the lectern there, and Ms. Thompson and I will step forward, and we're going to invite folks to come forward when they are recognized this evening.
I'd like to start for Erica Hammond to please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front. Erica Hammond from West End Elementary is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree. Erica is a first grade teacher at West End Elementary and has been with the school for 12 years. She stands out in particular this year because of her flexibility and willingness to research, develop, and share best instructional practices for online learning. And when she was asked to take on 8 additional students from another school the latter half of the year, she met the challenge and continued to excel at her practice. With the help of teacher assistant Ms. Kathy Jackson, the two were able to continue the important small group instruction during the time of COVID-19. This year has given Ms. Hammond a renewed drive and a boost in confidence, and we are excited for the future of this teacher leader. Congratulations, Ms. Hammond. And would members of the Hammond family and Principal Kronicki please stand and be recognized?
Congratulations.
Lynn Pennington from Northmore High School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree. She is unable to be here this evening, but we are happy to display her picture while I read her recognition. Lynn Pennington from Northmore High School serves as a teacher assistant in the Occupational Course of Study program, where she dedicates herself to ensuring the kids have what they need to have a great day each and every day. After work hours, you can always find Ms. Pennington on the sidelines of whatever sporting event is happening that evening. She takes pictures of all athletes and uploads them to Google, where kids and parents can access great athletic photos free of charge. In addition, she takes photos of students who need them for homecoming or graduation. Ms. Pennington treats students the way she would want her child to be treated, and the Mustang family appreciates her dedication each day. To the major political, excuse me, stuck together. Congratulations, Ms. Pennington. And anyone here in support of her, please stand and be recognized. Next honoree is Arlen McBride. Please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front. Arlen McBride from Pinecrest High School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed student honoree. Arlen is a senior at Pinecrest High School and one of the best student leaders the campus has to offer. In her time with the speech and debate team, she has been a two-time national tournament qualifier, finished in the top 24 at the George Mason University Patriot Games, and consistently placed in the top 6 at local competitions. Outside of speech and debate, she serves as the captain for the cheerleading team and is involved with the National Honor Society and works with nonprofit organizations that work with homeless and underprivileged youth and families in the area. This fall, she will be attending North Carolina Central University, where she plans to major in political science before going to Howard University to obtain her law degree. Congratulations, Eileen. And would members of her family please stand, and Principal Phillips be recognized.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rollins Rodriguez, please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front. Rollins, a 7th grader at Southern Middle, took first place in the Skills USA Creed event for middle school at the 2021 Skills USA North Carolina Leadership and Skills Conference. This was the first ever virtual conference, and students had to follow specific criteria for each event. Every participant had to take a qualifier test and prepare a resume to be able to compete. Rollins put in many hours of his personal time after school to prepare for the conference. He worked closely with his advisor, Ms. Kay Rodriguez, to problem solve issues and prepare for the qualifier test. He exhibits motivation, dedication to any task he undertakes. To compete in the event, Rollins had to memorize the Skills USA Creed and create a video reciting the creed and what it meant to him. His participation prepares him with leadership skills to be a productive member of the 21st century workforce. Congratulations, Rollins, and would members of the Rollins family and Principal Cooper please stand and be recognized. Would the Pinecrest High School men's golf team please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front? Yeah, come on up, Richland. Yeah.
Is that a sponsorship hat?
How are you?
Well, the Pinecrest men's high school golf team, undefeated regular season, accumulated in a state championship win at Pinecrest #2 on Monday, May the 10th. I was fortunate enough to be there for the tee-off, but unfortunately I had something like a board meeting to go to, and I couldn't be there in the afternoon, which I usually enjoy going to. Seniors Jackson Van Paris, Colin Dutton, Caden Berganoli, and junior Jackson Bode, and sophomore Holland Gillis came in 11 strokes ahead of the second place team with a team score of 308. Jackson Van Paris claimed the individual state championship as the only golfer not to go over par, scoring around a 72. That was on number 2. After missing last season due to the pandemic, their coach and community are very proud of how the team has overcome all restrictions and obstacles, and congratulates the team and to all 3 seniors who will continue their academic and athletic careers at universities this fall. Jackson will be attending Vanderbilt University, Colin will be at Wingate University, and Caden will play for Belmont Abbey. Congratulations to the team and to Lynn and Rich, the coaches of the team. Principal Phillips and members of their family, please stand and be recognized. Come on, Stephanie. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
By the way, this is not a first for this team. I've seen them do it before a couple times.
Know how to say
Past few years.
Gotta get creative. Yeah, that's right.
Would Phyllis Simmons please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front? Phyllis is a school nurse at McDeeds Creek Elementary, Sandhills Farm Life Elementary, and the Community Learning Center at Pinckney. She is a recipient of the North Carolina PTA School Nurse Award for 2020 and 2021. She is nominated for the award by McDeeds Creek Elementary staff. This award recognizes Ms. Simmons for her dedicated excellence to student health through school nursing. Ms. Simmons started her nursing career in 1984 and has been a school nurse since 2008. She is a nationally certified nurse, a certified diabetes care and education specialist, and she is an AHA, CPR, BLS, and she can tell you what they all mean. I know what CPR means. Instructor. She serves nearly 1,000 Moore County school students. Although all of our Moore County school nurses deserve an award for their dedication and hard work throughout the pandemic, we are certainly grateful and proud that Mrs. Simmons' exemplary work has been specifically honored. Congratulations, Ms. Simmons. Members of the family, please stand and be recognized along with Principal Capps.
Congratulations. Oh. We're going to do this. We need to do this.
All right, we may now move on to our program highlight, a salute to the class of 2021. And since we all had the opportunity to attend some graduations last weekend, I know this is a moment for lots of celebration. Ms. Fall?
Wait for the presentation to come up. Hello, Board. I am delighted to be sharing with you the best presentation of the year, the Salute to the Moore County Schools graduates. I'm going to do my best to paint a picture for you of the class of 2021. Possibly. There we go. High school is often a time of great change for kids. They are challenged in ways they never have been before. They work hard to learn, pass their classes, and earn their credits. They are learning who they are as people, what kind of friends they are, what holds their interests, what they're good at. In short, it's a time of great discovery. The class of 2021 was right in the middle of the great adventure when the world as we know it turned upside down. 15 months ago, these students, who were then juniors, became adults overnight. Over the course of a weekend, they had to change everything they knew about their education. They had to learn how to learn again. They lost in-person access to their friends, teammates, coaches, and teachers. What they all hoped was that this was a short-lived change. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Their senior year was even more different. If they were able to return to campus, it was with less than half of their classmates. Team sports were still limited, and socialization had to take place 6 feet apart. However, this class showed us that absolutely nothing can stop them. Let's talk about how much they've proved themselves worthy. As of today, our school has graduated 1,018 students. This includes traditional, early grads, and the 2020 summer graduates. Just a fun side note, Union Pines High School graduated 10 sets of twins this year. According to principals, Moore County School had 71 advanced placement scholars. These are students who achieved a score of 3 or higher on 3 or more advanced placement exams. For a lot of our graduates, they are not college bound. They are already doing college work. About 57% of our seniors, 578 students, including 2 from the Community Learning Center, earned credit for an estimated 2,846 courses over the course of their time in high school. That's about 8,500 credit hours of college work earned before students ever graduate from high school. 86% of our graduates self-reported college acceptance. This includes all type of post-secondary institutions, trade schools, community college, public and private institutions. We even have one student, Caroline Holder, that will graduate this summer with her associate's degree. Acceptance to college is impressive enough, but when you look deeper, you can see a more detailed picture. The schools shared that of the students going to college, 72 are traveling beyond the borders of North Carolina to learn next year. 219 were given scholarships to continue their education, and 43 will not have to pay tuition in order to earn a 4-year degree. Sandhills Promise is a program offering free college for 2 years at Sandhills Community College. Eligible students must have completed at least 4 dual enrollment courses through College and Career Promise and maintained a GPA of 2.0 or higher. This year, seniors had 386 students qualify for Sandhills Promise, a number that continues to rise every year. We always ask our students to let us know of any scholarships they receive. As you know, textbooks are pretty expensive. This year's graduating class reported $22.8 million in scholarship offer. That's almost $3 million more than last year. The career and technical education credentials and certifications will continue to be awarded over the next several weeks as students are continuing to test. However, as of Thursday, our seniors were part of the total 2,883 workplace credentials and/or certifications earned by Moore County students this year. Included in those numbers are the Work Key scores. This is a job-ready test given to seniors who have completed a CTE course of study. The national test measures skills for success in the workplace and is a good indicator of workforce readiness. We had 263 students score the highest level, silver, gold, or platinum on the Work Keys assessment. 52 of those were platinum, the highest level. Over the course of their 4 years, the class of 2021 has earned 3,465 job-recognized credentials and certifications. Moore County is uniquely situated in the state and therefore has a large military population. This in turn impacts our students. While it's hard to know exact numbers, we estimate that 138 of our students have at least one parent who is currently active duty, with 6 additional students functioning in a families functioning in a reserve capacity. That's 144 seniors with a direct connection to a current service member. 37 students have 2 or more parents, biological and step parents, serving in the military right now. 5 students lost a military-connected parent. And finally this month, 135 veterans watched their child graduate. As much as we would love to protect our students from the worst of the world, we can't. This year, seniors have overcome some huge hurdles to walk their respective stages. To our knowledge, at least 19 students have graduating experienced homelessness at some point in their high school career. At least 11 students overcame major medical obstacles such as cancer, stroke, or transplants in the last 4 years. And at least 12 students have been in the foster care system for some or all of their time with us. Speaking of overcoming obstacles, the Community Learning Center at Pinckney is Moore County's alternative school. The teachers and staff at CLC work tirelessly to keep kids in schools, seek out dropouts to convince them to return, and provide flexible learning options so that all students, regardless of circumstances, can be successful. The CLC's population is constantly changing, and some students return back to their original school throughout the year. While individual student graduations are tied back to the student's home school, this year CLC contributed to the graduation of 38 students, with another 24 more students expected to graduate by the end of summer. That's 62 graduates who, in traditional settings, may never have been able to complete high school. This year, 89% of their graduating students were accepted or qualified for college. Let me say that again, 89% of students completing their high school career at the alternative school will have the option of continuing their education at the college level. These students are out to prove to everyone that they're here to succeed. If you know anything about me, you know I love data because numbers can tell you a lot. But stats can't tell you about the individual person, about their story, about their life. I asked each of the high schools to set aside the numbers and tell us about their seniors. Sports is a big part of a lot of students' life, whether it's a super fan in the stands or the players who shot the game-winning basket at the final buzzer. A big part of high school involves athletics. Our athletes are superstars. We had students from all 3 schools sign college commitments to play sports, most with attached scholarship money. Northmore had 9 seniors earn 11 all-conference senior athlete awards across multiple sports. Trevor Brady, Isaiah Cassidy, Colin Dunlap, Timmy Freeman for football, Andre Gonzalez, boys soccer, Jalik Horn for boys basketball and football, Isaiah Manus for football, William Morgan, boys golf, Josue Peralta, boys soccer and tennis. In addition, they had 6 students awarded 9 honorable mentions. Trinity Cockman, cross country, girls soccer and swimming, Caitlin English, girls basketball, Matthew Johnson, cross country and swimming, Dakota Morgan, football, Cody Patterson, boys basketball, and Mally Clara Purvis for volleyball. Pinecrest seniors participated in every team. This year's men golf team, as you are aware, were state champions, and the girls soccer team were state champion runner-ups. A senior who's no stranger to this board is Carmen Alder, who besides breaking records all 4 years of high school, is a 2-time Gatorade North Carolina Girls Cross Country Runner of the Year and 3-time 4A Girls North Carolina Cross Country State Champion. The Union Pines Vikings also had some standout senior performers. Soccer star Emily Bobliss set a career assist record of 61 and scored 102 goals in her high school career, breaking the 100-goal mark. Morgan Protz is a volleyball all-star with 1,047 career digs, an impressive record. Once again, Moore County graduates will be represented at a plethora of colleges and universities next year, both right next door and all the way across the country. We have full and partial scholarship recipients for athletics, academics, and ROTC. A small sampling of these scholarship recipients are Mally Purvis, the exceptionally bright daughter of Principal Jenny Purvis, is a Moorhead Kane Scholar. Haley Davis received a Teaching Fellow Scholarship. Christina McInnes is a Questbridge Scholar for 2021. Alexandria Adar is a Tin Whistle recipient. And we also have 4 Edgar S. Wellborn UP Scholar winners, Emily Bobliss, Bailey Douglas, Andrew McCormick, son of Principal Andy McCormick, and Anna Thomas. The desire to serve runs deep with our students. We have over 35 students enlisting in the armed forces right out of high school. We have several more receiving ROTC scholarships. The class of 2021 had 2 military academy appointments, which include full tuition coverage. Jaden Washington was accepted to the Citadel, West Point, and the Naval Academy. Next year, he will be Midshipman Washington. Liam McShay, pictured here, will be attending the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. The class of 2021 has also proved that they are ready to work hard. More students than we can count had full or part-time employment while in school. I already told you about the large number of students who not only studied career in school, but pursued work certificates and credentials, building their individual expertise, set to join the workforce as skilled labor. Moore County School hosted a career signing day for 6 students who signed contracts of employment to join the workforce after graduation. These jobs include skilled work based on industry-recognized credentials the students earned well in Moore County schools. I said last year that this was a year like no other, and then came the class of 2021. These students have been dealt a tough hand, and not just from living through a worldwide pandemic, but in-person experiences as well. Every student in the class of 2021 has overcome something. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a summary of all of our graduates' life stories, so instead, here's a small sampling of our own personal superheroes. Selena Martinez, who worked hard to graduate from high school while working full-time to support herself. She has been accepted to Pembroke University and has big plans to pursue her careers. Adam Greenwaw has experienced homelessness and loss. His shining light spoke to the staff at Union Pines, who adopted him as their, quote, child of love. And with their support, he was able to graduate early and work towards his next chapter. 4 years of dedication and leadership has paid off for graduate Edward Womble. Ed was a leader on the inaugural Pinckney construction project his sophomore year, and when the world shut down, he stayed focused and completed his work earlier than expected. Most of us will never have to face the medical issues that Nathaniel Forbes has lived with his whole life. In and out of hospitals over the last 4 years, he has never let his health battles stand in the way of his academics, maintaining honor roll status in honors and dual enrollment classes through it all. The school said that he was the most resilient student they had ever had the pleasure of working with. Ariana Manus was already fighting cancer when COVID-19 struck. She spent months in total lockdown struggling to learn in a remote setting. However, she fought and won her education battles as well as her battle against cancer. When she walked the stage, she was cancer-free. Sadly, family tragedy was not uncommon for our graduates. Valencia and Sebastian Moore lost their only parent, but persevered and graduated. They will be setting off to college and the military, as well as pursuing custody of their younger siblings. First-generation college student Ashley Martinez Perez worked 3 jobs while maintaining a high GPA. She worked so hard that she qualified for the Santos Promise Scholarship and will continue to pursue her education. CLC students Michael McLaurin and Keely Conklin faced barriers so extreme that they had to drop out. However, they both returned, working to graduate while maintaining employment. Not only did Michael re-enroll and finish, he was also instrumental in recruiting several other students to continue their education as well. These students represent only 0.9% of our graduates, but I can promise you that every single one of our graduates has a story to tell. They have overcome, persevered, and excelled despite unique obstacles, opposition, and even long odds. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines persist as going on resolutely or stubbornly in spite of opposition, importunity, or warning. In preparing for this presentation and reading about all of our graduates, I will remember the class of 2021 as the class that persisted. As we bid farewell to our amazing class of 2021, I'd like to share some of my favorite quotes about the future from a few notable individuals. Congratulations to the Northmore Mustangs. The world is more malleable than you think, and it is waiting for you to hammer it into shape. Singer Bono. Congratulations, Pinecrest Patriots. Your life is your story, and the adventure ahead of you is the journey to fulfill your own purpose and potential. Actress Carol. Congratulations, Union Pines Vikings. Go confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live the life you have imagined. Essayist and poet Henry David Thoreau. Congratulations to the Community Learning Center at Pinckney Tigers. If there is a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. Writer Toni Morrison. Thank you for your time, and please join me in congratulating the class of 2021.
Okay, well, I cried through that one. Thank you, thank you. At this time, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Levy, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion, the consent agenda carries. At this time, let's take a moment and let people leave the room. And if there's anyone in the hallway who wants to come in for a seat, there is now room available. And we will now move to public address to the board. Vice Chair Thompson, if you will lead us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have several who have signed up this evening for public address. We appreciate, the board appreciates the public sharing its views, concerns, accommodations, and the members always makes a point to listen carefully. We have 2 ways for speakers to provide public comment, either in person or via telephone. We already have those community members who have signed up from the sign-up sheet that was out, as well as via phone. There is a time limit for each person speaking of 3 minutes. No yielding of your time to other speakers, and no extra time for those speaking on behalf of groups. A clock will be displayed, which is on the screen now, counting down the 3 minutes from the time you begin. If a speaker has printed information to share with board members, we ask that those items be provided to our Executive Assistant to the Board of Education, Ms. Sonia Potter, who is to the right. I ask in advance to forgive me for mispronunciation of anyone's name. Always try my best. Sometimes if I'm not able to read the last, then I'll just say Miss or Mr. first name, or call out your mailing address. We have first speaker this evening will be Mr. Kevin Lewis, followed by Mr. Scott Milliton, and then Mr. Vincent Gordon. In that order, please.
And if you guys can just state your name when you get up there so we don't forget as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Lewis. It is ridiculous that the new board members, aided by one who has announced her intention to replace one of you on the board, are using critical race theory as a cudgel to intimidate our teachers and voters into thinking it is Marxism. CRT is one academic theory which does not act independently from other sociological and historical theories because it is a blend. I don't think it could ever be implemented because it is a blend. CRT is being used as a diversion by them to gain power by promoting racial separatism, dismantle Moore County schools, and promote charter schools. The nanny goats of Pinehurst live in gated communities and want to divert their taxpayer money to charter and religious schools. At a time when the country is becoming browner, they want to insulate their Caucasian children and grandchildren from the other America. Our nation is in flux, and not because of CRT. Every time we find a justification for televised, fait accompli public executions of our brown brethren, born from the same God as us, if we believe, we create hate and division. We don't need pundits. We don't need debaters. We need empathy, sacrifice, and the golden rule. We definitely don't need the narcissistic, politically naive Real Housewives of Pinehurst on the Spanky and Our Gang radio show. They pervert the Republican ideal and turn it into anarchy, which we saw on January 6th. They want us to forget the carnage we saw. Pauline Bruno has wrapped herself around the charters and freedom now as a super patriot when she organized the buses to the Capitol for no valid reason other than for a mobster president. We'll see anarchy on our board when they are pushed of our egalitarian Board of Education. Anarchy against the state curriculum will result when they argue with each other and eliminate public comment. Mr. Hensley, since you label your opponents left-wingers, I have the right to ask you as a public servant, are you an oath keeper or a proud boy? And is Pauline Bruno your den mother? Thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Middleton, followed by Mr. Gordon. Middleton. Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Trying to save trees.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Glenn Scott Middleton. I have prepared 3 documents that I would like to formally call to your attention for your review, consideration, and inclusion in the minutes and proceedings of this board. The documents are as follows: a letter of opposition to the transformative social and emotional learning curriculum, and opposition to the teaching of any critical race theory based on curriculum or any critical race-based theory within the Moore County school system. I hereby request that this letter now be reviewed, considered, and formally entered into the minutes of this board. The second is an informational overview of the basic tenets of critical race theory, which I also ask be entered into the formal record of this board meeting and considered prior to the board taking any further approval action on transformative social and emotional learning curriculum or any other critical race theory-based curriculum within your school system. Lastly, I have recommendations for basic curriculum guidelines for the Moore County schools that I ask to be reviewed, discussed, and approved by this board as part of a basic curriculum guideline for all current and future teaching programs within the Moore County school systems. As to my professional credentials to present this information contained within these documents, I reference you to the second paragraph of the letter you have before you. In addition, I hereby volunteer to serve as a board consultant and/or part of a professional curriculum review committee for the Moore County school system. I would welcome the opportunity to assist the board as it looks into the transformative social and emotional learning curriculum and any other critical race theory-based curriculum that you may consider for future or current implementation within the Moore County school system. I thank you for your time and your kind consideration of this information and the request I have placed before the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon.
My name is Vincent Gordon, Chairman of the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust, and good evening, Madam Chair and board members. First, I want to start off by making a correction to my statement from the last school board meeting where there was an association between the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the USGA and to the trust. But the Convention and Visitors Bureau still stands in support of the trust, but without the USGA. So I just want, and I think that we passed something out to the board to correct that. We are currently evaluating the new appraisal just as you are, all 117 pages, which is quite a lot. But the trust still is reviewing it, and there are several points I just want to bring to your attention that we want to have considered. One is the 1924 deed, the $6,000 raised by the community, and the 4 acres that was donated to the school. Secondly, the cemetery encroachment. Not from the perspective of the cemetery encroaching onto the school, but where the school encroaches onto the cemetery. The wishes of the Buckham family that the 6.9 acres donated to develop the Blanchie Carter Park go to the trust. I believe I sent that video clip, and hopefully the board has had a chance to also see it. But that is the wishes of the Blanchie of the Buckham family. The thousands of dollars raised by the community to build the Blanchie Carter Park and the gymnasium. In all, it seems that the school has received about 12 of the 17 acres free and clear. Because of those considerations under evaluation, the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust will make a fair offer. One last consideration, I'm hoping the board members act with compassion and demonstrate to the county your humanity of preserving the cultural and historical significance of the West Southern Pines community when weighing what is a fair profit. I want to see the school board get back to managing school, the managing education of the students. I'm sure you are as well, and not continue as real estate developers. Please think of these considerations as you weigh what offer you accept from the trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Fenton Wilkinson, Ms. Dorothy Brower, and Ms. Felicia Winfield.
Good evening, Fenton Wilkinson. The trust will be making an offer to purchase the Southern Pines Primary School. In addition to offering a fair value in cash, the trust will also be offering the board the opportunity to honor and preserve the Buckham legacy land given to Moore County schools in 1957 as a playground for the West Southern Pines children. You can honor the West Southern Pines residents who had to pay for the primary school gym with years of raising money in the 1950s with fish fries and game nights. You can continue to honor Ms. Blanche Carter's many years of service to Moore County schools and students by preserving and breathing new life into the nationally acclaimed Blanche Carter Discovery Park. You can honor Ann Peterson and the memory of Bruce Cunningham for all they put into imagining, initiating, and co-creating Blanche Park. The magnitude and effectiveness of their efforts was acknowledged with the North Carolina Governor's Volunteer of the Year Award. You can honor the $250,000 in community donations from individuals and businesses and the thousands of hours of volunteer time that it took to make Blanche Park happen. You can acknowledge and honor the West Southern Pines citizens for their cash and land which they were obligated to contribute in 1924 above and beyond their taxes just to get a school for their children. You have the opportunity to honor all these things by reaching an agreement with the trust. Are you really going to sell all these honors to the highest bidder just to be trashed? You also will have the opportunity to increase the number of black teachers in Moore County schools through the subsidized teacher housing the trust plans as a recruitment incentive. I'm sure you're aware of the studies confirming that one black teacher by the 3rd grade will increase black students' test scores in math by 3 to 5 points and in English by 3 to 6 points and increase their likelihood of enrolling in college by 13%. You have the opportunity for both the Woodlawn encroachment and the 1924 deed issues simply to vanish. You also have the opportunity to improve the cultural experiences and economic prosperity of West Southern Pines and Moore County residents through entrepreneurial support and a world-class African-American heritage tourist destination, as acknowledged by the Arts Council of Moore County, Partners in Progress, and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. The board's code of cooperation now makes clear that the board has the duty, in part, to act in the best interests of the residents of Moore County. Ask yourself, what is in the best interest of those who you have the opportunity to honor, and those residents in West Southern Pines and throughout Moore County whose economic prosperity and cultural experiences you can improve.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brower.
Good evening, I'm Dorothy Brower. I think I have to sit on my tiptoes a little bit. On December 14th, I spoke to you about the awesome opportunity we have in this county to have a center for education and enrichment like no other in the state and very possibly in the nation. This still exists. The board members of the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust, along with their partners, we the community and investors, and dedicated workers throughout the nation who are part of the vision of what we have developed a plan, a blueprint for use of the entire campus, which is the former West Southern Pines High School and Southern Pines Primary School, that would have decades of use by area families and visitors to our area. No price can be put on what will exist on this property. Although we don't have deep pockets, we have deep passion. There's no way that we can preserve what has happened in our community and in this county as far as education without a place to celebrate. I ask you to please consider seriously the proposal of the Land and Housing Trust, and just remember, when we establish this campus, you will be given the opportunity to say that you had a part in making all of this possible. When we have visitors to come from out the world to see what we have done in partnership with business and in the education of not just the children, but of their families, you, along with us, will feel proud about what we have done in Moore County. I say again, there's no price that can be put on the potential of this property. Thank you.
Next is Ms. Winfield.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Being that my time is brief, my name is Felicia Winfield. So I will start with something that has been a problem with some parents in our community. The problem is with the reassignment. Prospectively speaking, the reassignment of the children, specifically our African-American children in West Southern Pines, would like to benefit, but in reality, it cannot be. It can be said that it had been prospectively a deliberate and purposeful attempt to segregate our children. At this point, there is no alternative to remedy this issue, at least for now. It would seem that white influential individuals with school-aged children did not want their children exposed to a inner city, as it was referred to by a middle school principal who should have known that Moore County is rural. The atmosphere that it would have been exposed them to, some, if not all, the children that they live in. Understanding that it is probably not the intent of the school board to do such an unforgivable, strategic, or purposeful attempt to separate our children of West Southern Pines by taking them to Cranes Creek and Bass. There should be some effort made, at least to make this type of transition move as close to as effortlessly as possible. My granddaughter, who will not be attending Southern Middle because of the redistricting, she lives 5 minutes away from Southern Middle, but was assigned to the school in Vass. It is in my opinion that the effort, though painstakingly difficult, made it impossible for her to do what she needed to do, to be with her friends and close to home. There would be additional hardship as well for those parents that do live in West Southern Pines who are now finding that their children are having to go to the school in Vass and not at Southern Middle. It is my hope that the board would revisit this issue with some remedy, with a continued liaison support for those families to make this type of transition easy. Again, I pray that the board will revisit this. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Matt. And following Ms. Sarah Slusser and Ms. Beth Ann Pratt.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matt Erlacher, and I feel compelled to speak with you with urgency tonight concerning the emergence of divisive ideology in our children's education experience. While it is a national problem, I'm focused here on Moore County, my home and where I'm raising my children. I'm retired military, and I chose to retire here, and I chose to live here and raise my family because I love this place and I love the people, everyone here. To put it simply, Panorama cannot be implemented safely to our children, our parents, and teachers, and that the systemic and ideological and procedural problems far outweigh the positives of this app, this platform. My justification is short and simple. While as a researcher myself, I truly appreciate the utility of survey data. I've used it many times. I would rather my school district, however, have an inefficient but morally sound approach to understanding and teaching our student population and professionally developing our teachers and educators than what Panorama is able to bring us. The information about Panorama presented in the school board work session last week by Dr. Locklear and Dr. Powers was incomplete. Please note, I do not ascribe or suggest motive on their part. I don't know them. I only know what they said on the record that I can see on YouTube. I am concerned about that this body is not properly informed of the systemic and ideological problems with Panorama, and those problems are both practical and philosophical. Simple surveys are not a problem. However, Panorama is not just a simple survey platform. As was described last week, Panorama uses survey questions from third parties or allows surveys to be created from scratch. The problems come with survey questions that are invasive to the relationship between parents and children and are specifically geared to support ideologies that are antithetical to the American people, as well as philosophy of equality under the law and pursuit of law, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. More about that in a moment. Practically speaking, there's no such thing as a child-targeted opt-out survey. A child will do what he or she thinks the teacher wants them to do. As for parental notification, it seems that with such low open email rates are notoriously well known, Email notifications months or days ahead of time are ineffective. And having a paper copy of surveys available in the school office is not transparency, not for working families. As for the philosophical problems Panorama provides, we look at two of the primary functions of Panorama, the aforementioned social and emotional learning and the professional development of educators through Panorama Education supported by Facebook. SEL is not socially, emotionally, or generally helpful as a regime. SEL is especially problematic when you understand the embeddedness of critical race theory, or CRT, throughout the concept of SEL, and the organization that is Panorama, its products, and the services it provides. While I could go on, my time is limited, and I must say, I reiterate, Panorama's purpose for impacting society reaches far beyond surveying, and we need to make a better choice than what is before us.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Sarah Slusser, followed by Ms. Beth Ann Pratt.
The name is Sarah Slusser. So my mom was a teacher before social emotional learning, before restorative justice, critical race theory, the 1619 Project, before data and surveys like Panorama's were collected. Her students learned to read, they learned math, history, and science. She easily could have told you which kids in her class were struggling and which ones were doing well and why. She knew her students, but she did not categorize them. Skin color, sex, or income did not matter to her. If needed, I have no doubt that my mom would have sacrificed her life for any one of her students. They were her kids. What is happening in education is antithetical to the way my mom ran her classroom. Rather than filling our children with joy, confidence, wisdom, and contentment, current policies are filling our children with fear, guilt, shame, anger, bitterness, and resentment. Companies like Panorama will gather information in order to assess and rank students based on subjective social and emotional categories, such as social awareness, grit, self-management, self-efficacy, emotional regulation, and growth mindset. However, they take it further than this. As quoted on Panorama's website, social emotional learning should be transformative, stating, quote, "The need to reimagine the ways in which we address social emotional learning through a racial equity lens is more important than ever before. The company is admittingly trying to transform and engage the lens through which our children and teachers see the world, attempting to alter their identity and their worldview. This is done in the schools of communist and fascist totalitarian nations to maintain control. It is not done in nations that prioritize freedom, nations that teach their children to be independent-minded and to have respect for all individuals, even those with differing opinions and backgrounds. And it is not done in nations that strive to maintain peace. By using Panorama to instruct our teachers and by evaluating our children based on these criteria, we are directing our students to use emotions rather than logic in decision-making. Instead, schools should seek to objectively instill knowledge using facts and figures. Opinions should be stated only after the foundation of knowledge is laid and an accurate, unbiased understanding of history is in place. Moore County schools should be encouraging teachers to foster genuine relationships with their students, helping their students to grow and prosper as individuals free from stereotyping, comparison, and judgment. I do not believe that the company Panorama will help in the education of our Moore County children, and we should not be spending our tax dollars to support them.
Thank you. Ms. Beth Ann Pratt.
Good evening. Kimberly Crenshaw coined the term critical race theory, and she notes that critical race theory is not a noun, it is a verb. That is why it's different from teaching theories such as evolution or even Marxism. Critical race theory is meant to permeate the social fabric of our nation. It is already in our schools, and it calls the students and the staff to action. It is important to know the difference between equity and equality. Even though they share the same Latin etymology, which means the word equal, these two words are extremely different. It's imperative we understand the meaning of these two words because we are being lied to through semantics. Equality means dealing fairly and impartially with all concerned. Equity means the same. Karl Marx socialism is hinged on this word, equity. We were told that critical race theory is not in Moore County schools, but yet, since 2019, the administrative team has been immersed in 5 days of professional development. And that can be found on YouTube, November the 12th, 2019. Throughout the slide presentation called Why Equity Matters, the presenter cites behavioral, academic, graduation rates, and continuation of generational poverty as the sole cause of these conditions. These facts are definitely misused and are correlations and not causations. Moore County schools should not look through the racial lens to make decisions about discipline. If there is a concern, the school should complete a functional behavior assessment and analyze the antecedent behavior and develop that positive behavior support plan. The school should not look through a racial lens to make any decision. That in and of itself is the definition of racist. Students' failure to thrive academically has nothing to do with race. It is most likely caused by a language-based learning issue, and the students' lack of grit has nothing to do with it because they have experienced failed interventions for years. To look at this issue in our schools by color, again, is racist. I want to make the board aware that we do not only have to deal with this issue through the social studies standards, but this concept of social equity has infiltrated all content areas. One needs to look no farther than the professional development currently on the Moore County School Board page offered to their staff. Critical race is found in the science, writing, English language arts, mathematics, and in the Panorama professional development. And I will email the board the videos. Thank you.
Miss Marge Severe, am I close? Followed by Miss Vanessa. Miss Vanessa is next.
Yes, it's a Polish name.
Pronounce it for us.
Swears.
Oh, Swears.
Not in Polish, Svesh in Poland.
Okay.
But I'm here to, my name is Marge Swears. I'm here to ask you all to, very strongly to stop this critical race and SEL program and the Panorama contract that's up for renewal, being a survey tool. To me, what I've read and learned, it has lots of roots in Marxism and socialism and a lot of anti-American poisons. It also has some ties to the Communist Party, Chinese Communist Party. This is all very left, radical wing, not Democrat, and it's a lot of indoctrination. Not teaching, but training children to be social activists. Critical race causes division, not unity, and it will pit one child against another, one race against another. I've heard some things like, this is not a good country. It's a systemically racist. It's in healthcare. It's in education. The 1619 project was started by a woman who has stated, unfortunately, that she hates whites and hates Jews and hates America. This is not the project, and the ideology is not bound in facts. And we need to think about teaching Americans that it's not a systemically racist, but they will be bringing in also gender neutrality information into our schools. What happened to Martin Luther King, who preached, look at our character and be colorblind? This is all setting up victims and victimology, oppressors and oppressed. A lot of the buzzwords that are out there. We have a very overall failed education system in our country. We haven't been doing a very good job in getting kids successful, although the screen showed earlier about how many were doing very well in some of the schools here. But we have poor outcomes in Moore County as well. 1A school, 5D schools. So you educators and Board of Ed are really wasting time and money trying to implement this new ideology when we really need to maybe solve problems like the other one was talking about a busing issue and not getting to a close school for herself and her family, but teaching math, reading, how about teaching critical thinking and stop teaching children to hate each other, hate our country, teaching them to be social activists, stop pointing at whiteness. I had no responsibility in that. Our Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, said, teach how to think, not what to think. So I want you to re-examine education going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Vanessa, you're next.
Good evening. Tonight I'm here to request that the board votes to remove the Panorama software from the consent agenda. We must keep Panorama and their big tech funded surveys out of Moore County. I was quite appalled when I saw these surveys and what is in them. And I was even more appalled when I dug deeper and saw where these surveys come from and who funds them. It is clearly politically motivated by political people like Mark Zuckerberg. What is even more disturbing is that Panorama clearly supports critical race theory and the divisiveness of CRT. And it expands on social emotional learning and the need to view everything through a racial equity lens. Panorama plays into the narrative that we are all inherently biased, and I refuse to accept that belief. Parents here in Moore County and across this country are sick and tired of school boards trying to fund the cultural reshaping of our society through our children to form with the political views of today. Politics do not belong in schools. Teachers are supposed to teach our children how to think, not what to think. By shoving race down our kids' throats and forcing them to only see skin color, you are ultimately going to cause more division. This is regression, not progression. Do not waste $184,000 of our taxpayer money by extending the Panorama contract. It promotes political messaging in schools and has no place in our schools and the lives of our children. It is yet another distraction to prevent teachers from actually doing their job of educating kids. It is a waste of time and a waste of money. Teachers already know what is going on with individual students, and these surveys and data banks just take away time from actual learning. The $184,000 would be better suited elsewhere. Let's instead put the money towards better education for our children, actual education, the reason I send my kids to school, not to be taught to hate their skin color or feel bad about their skin color. I demand education that focuses on math, science, reading, and true American history. Education that will advance the knowledge of every child in our county regardless of their skin color or race. Education that teach individual responsibility. Education that will advance Moore County report card statistics. An education that will serve our children in our county and be with them throughout their life so they can have the opportunity to succeed. These Panorama surveys do nothing to promote any of that, and they should not be in our schools. Thank you for your time.
Lori Rothenberger, Daniel Smith, followed by James Moore.
Lori Rothenberger. Unlike the private sector, your job description, the job of the local school board, is defined by law. At the top of the list, you, quote, have the power or duty, number one, to provide the opportunity to receive a sound basic education. It shall be the duty of the local boards of education to provide students with the opportunity to receive a sound basic education and to make all policy decisions with that objective in mind, including employment decisions, budget development, and other administrative actions within their respective local school administrative units as directed by law, end quote. What is a sound basic education? According to a 1997 Supreme Court ruling, quote, a sound basic education must provide each student with at least a sufficient ability to read, write, and speak the English language, and a sufficient knowledge of fundamental mathematics and physical science to enable the student to function in a complex and rapidly changing society, end quote. According to the North Carolina School Report Cards, 2018-2019 District Profile Student Performance, in Moore County, 41% of students in math performance were not proficient. 41% of students in English language arts
reading performance were not proficient or below grade level. 46% of students in NC Math 1 performance were not proficient. Based on this information, you have a lot of work to do just to fulfill your basic job responsibility. How do the Panorama Equity and Inclusion Surveys support a sound, basic education? I want you to cancel the contract with Panorama, put the $180-some-thousand toward the pursuit of academic excellence, rather than trying to influence our children and believing that they are not equal and not included. The Panorama surveys are a tool of critical race theory, which is trying to divide our children into groups. It is assigning social scores to our children, and if you think the survey answers are private and confidential, you are sadly mistaken. Are you aware that the Communist Chinese government assigns social scores to its citizens? At the May 10th board meeting, one of you who voted against banning CRT said, quote, "We do not have a racial or gender problem in Moore County schools," end quote. That was a wonderful confirmation for what I, and I'm sure many other concerned citizens, already believe to be true. Board members, if you think critical race theory is a good thing, please do more research. It's a Marxist ideology tailored to undermine the inherent goodness of America. It's a revision of American history. I do not want to believe that 4 of you do not love our country and what it stands for.
Daniel Smith, James Moore. Daniel Smith is next. Okay. Then next would be James Moore, Mr. James Moore. Okay.
Well, obviously, I'm James Moore. Just want to thank all of you guys for having us. I want to thank some of you for the wonderful job that you're doing. A couple of you for trying. A couple of you, well, need a lot of work. Instead of bringing CRT into the schools, I'd like to see you bring back the Pledge of Allegiance, prayer. God knows we need that right now more than anything else. All this does is continues to oppress the people that society and our government have convinced are oppressed. About a year ago, I started a group called Moore County Patriots. And we're standing up while everybody else is kneeling. We're here to support each other. Some of you guys that are here, I don't know why you're here. It's not because you have our children's best interest or the taxpayer dollars at hand. The way you waste money, this $184,000, you just buy 2 more buses that we don't need. But what I would like to see is a couple of you to simply fold your books and resign before November. There's a lot of groups just like ours in this county. We're no longer going to sit back and let the abuse of this school board go unchecked. We have the numbers. We got 3 good members last time. We'll get 3 more this time. Now, we can't get back our childhoods, but we can give our children some of the things that we had that made us what we are today. As far as Southern Pines Land Trust, anybody that would consider selling to them, as long as they can pay fair market value for anything they get, sell to them. I'd also like to say that Blue Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter is a domestic terrorist organization. That's pretty much all I have to say. Once again, thank you guys that are doing such a wonderful job. Have a good day.
Miss Stephanie Kopp, sorry.
I'm Stephanie. I have a notebook full of jumbled up thoughts regarding the CRT. I've been doing a lot of research on it, and all I can tell you is there's a lot of parents out here that actually don't know what it even is. So I was going to list a few things to help the people that don't understand have a little more knowledge. A lot of people before me have said some of the things I wanted to say. But basically, it's just in itself just racist to try to encourage people to look at each other based on the color of their skin, or to tell anybody that, you know, just because you're that color, you know, this is what's going to happen. We shouldn't do that. Although individuals might think that way, that doesn't mean, you know, our system is corrupt and needs to be changed to re-educate everyone to think a certain way. And as someone stated before, critical thinking, that's what we need to teach. Teach them how to make their own decisions, the basics, not try to teach them these social justice equity programs. They get enough of that everywhere else. That's not what school is for. It's for math, reading, all that stuff, the stuff you need to know to be successful in the future, not how to be best friends with so-and-so sitting next to you. That's not why you're there. You're not there to, you know, I mean, obviously socializing is important, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, basically, the critical race theory is just, there's no scientific backing to support its ideas. It's a literal reconditioning of our youth to see and treat others in a manner consistent to racist stereotypes held by whatever culture the color of their skin matches. Not by their character, not by the contents of their heart, literally trying to convince them that if you're a white kid, you have white guilt because of what happened hundreds of years ago. If you're black, you have an excuse to blame your shortcomings. You know, because obviously, it promotes white privilege, which that's ridiculous. You know, it's got nothing to do with your skin color. In America, I mean, anyone with a brain knows that. Sorry, I'm getting frustrated. Just there's nothing to back it. There's nothing that you can show that that's a good idea to teach our kids an outcome, or, you know, where this has been successful anywhere. This has been a controversy since the 80s, and it's teaching the opposite of color blindness and people coming together as one race, the human race, and all these others. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Daniel Smith, did he come back in? Daniel Smith. Okay, Ms. Carol Tumser? Okay, thank you. Ms. Lynn Goldhammer? Followed by Ms. Mary Flynn? Okay.
Lynn Goldhammer. I just want to say, you know, when I hear all this critical race theory and all this sort of stuff and what they want to teach and talk about and everything else, I think it gives children a feeling that white people absolutely hate them if they're of a different color. And I just want to say, I don't know a single white person who hates people of a different color. And I guess I'd like to ask every one of you to think back, and of all the hundreds of people you know, thousands of people you know, does any white people you know hate people of a different color? And I just don't, I'm not seeing it. I'm not saying there hasn't been times in our past history that weren't as nice as they are right now, but I think it's time to let children see that no one's against them. And I saw it tonight in those photographs of these beautiful young men and women graduating from high school, and how all different races there, they were all succeeding. They were excelling in sports and in academics and all kinds of other things that they're getting involved in. And if white people were against them, you would have only seen white children up there because the others wouldn't have been succeeding. So I think it's time to stop all this damn critical race theory, all this pitting people against each other, because we really don't hate each other. Nothing makes me happier than to see everybody succeed and have joy and happiness in life. And I don't think I'm in the minority with that. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Matt Horsley, followed by Lowell Simon.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matthew Horsley. SEL is a Trojan horse, and organizations like Castle and Panorama have an agenda that you should not support, let alone pay for. You're not paying for it. We're paying for it. Supporting a program of instruction that indoctrinates children to believe that they are either victims or persecutors of other people because those people look different than they is racist. Panorama and Castle and SEL and the neo-Marxist, yes, neo-Marxist, and I'd be glad to debate that with anybody after this. Neo-Marxist critical race theory, writ large, are your duty to block and to root out, not purchase. Do you personally know what these groups and their products actually proffer, or are you simply trusting what the people who work in this building have told you? You are the elected school board. You should all know this controversial stuff firsthand. And since it is such a live wire, why is a basic digest of the SEL program not readily available for public consumption? The parents and taxpayers of Moore County are the stakeholders, and you have an obligation to be transparent. Trust us is contaminated water under the bridge. We don't trust you anymore, and that's why so many of us are now involved. Either dump this corrosive material or post it publicly and defend it. Thank you.
Mr. Lowell Simon, followed by Ms. Tarshima Hackett.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. Hopefully by now, you realize that unlike some members of this board, I back up the opinions in my public comments with well-researched facts. Last month, I gave you some examples of how taxpayer-funded charter schools blatantly indoctrinate our children with misinformation. I thought it was important to cut through the rhetoric and the hypocritical claims that indoctrination is some kind of liberal conspiracy. See, Republicans love their dog whistles, almost as much as they love indoctrination. And Mr. Levy and Mr. Hensley love to bring their followers to heel when they whistle CRT. One of the more controversial and enlightening issues to face this board has been the question, why do we need a more complete view of American history? With respect to the standard that board members don't answer questions during public comment, I've submitted a kind of self-test and ask you to consider that history and consider what you learned and the degree to which you have been unknowingly indoctrinated. Here are just a few random history questions that illustrate how much we all have been indoctrinated by an education system controlled by conservative dog whistlers. Do you believe the Pledge of Allegiance is an important part of American culture? Did you know that it was written by a high-ranking socialist? Good. Good point. I agree. Speaking of the pledge, how did God get into something we use at government meetings? Did you know that the phrase "under God" has only been part of the pledge for 60 years? Yes. And it was said without that part for over 100. How about money? Money's been around for about 5,000 years. When did American currency acknowledge our trust in God? Well, that didn't happen until after the Civil War. What do you know about the 1796 Treaty of Tripoli, signed by American founding father, President John Adams? Did you know that it clearly states, and I quote, "The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion," unquote. See, in contrast to the indoctrination that passed as public education for many of us, And in spite of the desire of some people on this board to promote their own forms of indoctrination, there are still many things for us to question about history. And while some would prefer that students never find the answers to those questions, it falls to you to protect their ability to ask them. Thank you.
Next is Ms. Tarshima Hackett. Did I get that right?
Hello, my name is Dr. Tarshima Hackett. I was not planning to speak, but the young lady told me I need to sign up, so I did. And now I'm up here speaking, and I'm glad you told me. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I want to say, I was here to represent and just to hear, but I want to tell the school board thank you. Thank you so much. I've been in Moore County for about 21 years, and my son graduated from Union Pines High School. When I first moved out here, I was terrified of sending him to Moore County Public Schools. As an educated person, as an educated black woman, we already know what we deal with, and I thank you so much for talking about my experience. I appreciate that you've lived my experience. When I came 21 years ago, I was teaching in the public school system, and as a teacher, I would have these children in my class, and they would do so wonderful, then the next day, I wouldn't see them. And I said, well, where is little Johnny? He's in school suspension. Where is so-and-so? They've been put out. And I did not understand, so it petrified me to send my children to Moore County Public Schools. But one day I ran into Miss Blanche Carter in Food Lion in Carthage, and I said to her, I'm so afraid to send him. She said, he would do great because he's your mom, because you're his mom. So I did. And for the 20 years, for the 18 years he was there, I fought for him. And it was when he went to high school, I made him take honors classes. He hated it. He was the only minority in that class. So I was wondering why he hated it. So I said, let me go to talk to some of the teachers. So I went to one of the teachers. She was such a wonderful young lady that didn't see him different because he was a young black man and he was in his, but she didn't see him as a young black man. He sat there every day with his head down, and she said, he doesn't talk, he doesn't do anything, he just answers the questions when I said, you don't talk to him? You don't ask him any questions? So that broke my heart. I have another one that's coming up, and I'm fighting for him to be in the National Honor Society. So when you tell me that I'm not different, that hurts my feelings. Because if you wet my hair, it's going to come up different than yours. I'm different. So when you put in racial critical theory, you're telling me I am important because I am different. That means that you want to hear my experiences, know my experiences, and honor them by teaching. And so you're not coddling your children, because my children aren't coddled. I have to teach them every day what to do, and every day they leave out the house, my 22-year-old, I'm petrified when he drives up and down. Yes, Blue Lives Matter. I respect them. And I appreciate the ones that have stuck with him, but when he gets to someone that does not, I am petrified. So yes, my experiences are important, and thank you, school board, for your decision.
Thank you. Next is Miss Candia, Candia. I didn't have a last name. And pronounce your name for us.
Hi, my name is Candace.
Okay, Candace.
I'm here to oppose Panorama. Panorama is infatuated with race. The terms equity and inclusion are littered throughout their website, making claims to instill culturally responsive teaching and reimagining integration. Are we teaching academics or race identification? You have to ask, what does this really mean? As I read through the literature describing SEL, equity and inclusion appears to be the disguise of a bigger agenda. Why would we want to teach our children to focus on their differences? Why would we want our children to segregate themselves, tiptoeing around how they should interact with one another? Panorama takes away the responsibility of paying attention, relying on surveys to identify disparities opposed to human observations. We don't need to subject our children to undergo psych evaluations. The truth is, we are not products of our circumstances. We are products of our decisions. You can offer equity without sacrificing equality. We need to be teaching all students that they are capable of achieving anything and that no one should tell them any different. Instead of educating them that because of their race, socioeconomic class, or ethnicity, that they are automatically inferior. Thought that was me. Why create a glass ceiling of oppression over instilling a vision of limitless opportunity regardless of ethnicity? Teaching and empowering our students how to become the victor and not the victim in society. It is our daily actions that can lead us to become the person we want to be. Teach accountability. The pigment of our skin tone we cannot hide. Making it the primary focus only increases the divide. SEL isn't the answer. It paves the way for a historical disaster. The power of emotional and social learning belongs to the parents, and the inequities can be identified without having to spend $184,000 taxpayer dollars on massive intrusive surveys provided by a company funded by special interests like Bill and Melinda Gates and the Zuckerberg Foundation. Navigating our emotions is what develops emotional strength, toughness, and growth. Here's a quote I came across on Memorial Day as we remembered our fallen heroes who sacrificed their lives to protect our country and our freedoms. Hard times create tough men create good times create weak men create hard times. Let us be reminded we live in the US of A, the land of opportunity, the home of the free because of the brave.
Miss Sarah Harmon.
My name is Sarah Jane Harmon. I live in Southern Pines. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for all your hard work. You must cancel the extension. I believe it's an extension of the Panorama contract. It's my understanding it will be extended for 3 years at $61,000 per year, $184,000 for 3 years. No way should 1 cent of my tax money or the tax money of any tax payments of any other citizen of Moore County pay for this garbage. Panorama is a company which promotes social emotional learning, which others have explained pretty well. Social emotional learning is totally irrelevant to your responsibility as elected representatives. Your mandate is to educate the children of this county, not to indoctrinate them in cultural Marxism and racism. SEL is a conduit for so-called critical race theory. This company, Panorama, produces invasive surveys which are age inappropriate, include sexual and psychological content. They also produce teacher training materials for indoctrinating the children in this racist agenda. Your job is not to get involved with the emotional development and social values of the children. That's the purview of their parents. You are usurping parental authority while you abdicate your responsibility, which is to provide a sound, basic education to the children of this county as defined by the North Carolina Supreme Court. Sufficient ability to read, write, and speak English, sufficient knowledge of fundamental math and physical science to enable students to function in a complex and rapidly changing society, sufficient fundamental knowledge of geography, history, basic economic and political systems to enable students to make informed choices about issues that affect them personally, their community, state, and nation. You have totally failed in this responsibility according to the 2018-2019 North Carolina school report cards.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon.
41%.
Thank you.
You have failed. You must cancel
Thank you,
the
Ms. Harmon.
Panorama contract, or you're going to have a
Harmon,
big
we are going to take a
fight
10-minute
on
recess. We will
your
be back
hands.
in business at 8:15. Thank you. call the meeting back to order. I understand that we have one call-in speaker that we still need to try and contact. Mr. Eklund, if you can try that one more time.
Mr. Woodward, are you there? We're back in session, if you're available to speak. He's online, but he's not answering, so.
All right, thank you very much. We'll note that the attempt was made. At this point, we move on to reports, information, discussion, and a potential action. Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I believe it's a reports, information, and discussion item.
It's reports, information, discussion, and potential action.
Potential
because
action,
that's what we
okay, thank
changed.
you. Okay, at this time, as promised, Dr. Locklear and Dr. Locklear is going to coordinate presentation as requested by the board.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Chair Carter, board members. As requested by school board members during their June 7th work session last week, myself and Ms. Gephardt will provide a brief update on the staff social studies curriculum planning work that began last week. We'll talk a little bit about the focus of that work, about the work that took place last week, the work that's going on this week from our teachers. We'll also describe a little bit about how our teachers are navigating the uncertainty of the DPI support documents that are yet to be approved by the state of North Carolina. That information, just today, they said they'll be meeting on the 17th to review that. The executive summary says the 15th, but they just sent out information today saying they'd be meeting about that on the 17th. As an additional resource for board members, for our Moore County public, Ms. Gephardt and I attached to the executive summary all of the draft State of North Carolina Department of Public Instruction support documents that were presented to the State Board of Education on June 2nd. The State Board of Education did not take action on those items on the 2nd, delayed such action until what we know now to be the 17th of June. Again, these are the State North Carolina Department of Public Instruction draft support documents, not the Moore County Schools documents, but the draft State of North Carolina Department of Public Instruction documents. Again, Ms. Gephardt and I, it's a brief update on the curriculum planning that our teachers have been involved with and our curriculum staff have been involved with last week and this week. It was awesome to get the chance to go out and spend a little time with those teachers last week, see the great work they're doing in a variety of subjects. But in social studies, the focus of their work for week one first was taking the revised standards and looking at the task analysis of each of those objectives of the standards, revising that, and then working through on that as they're starting to plan those documents. They're starting to plan lessons, starting to plan units of instruction based on what the standards are asking those teachers to do. They're then to look at those objectives of those standards, those learning objectives, and they're pacing those out, essentially what we're commonly known as pacing guides. So they're starting to revise those pacing guides and build those pacing guides based on the revised standards. They then are looking at those, you may remember from Ms. Fay in May when we presented back in May, talked about the strands of the revised social studies curriculum. Those strands being history, culture, geography, inquiry. Those are examples of the strands, economics. And so they're looking at those social studies strands and they're aligning those with the learning objectives, working those into the pacing guides, looking at the types of resources they need to support those strands of the social studies standards. The focus for our teachers this week is going to be building those unit guides based on those pacing guides, based on the pacing of the objectives, and continuing to build and refine the resources that our teachers need to implement the revised social studies standards. As we know, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction presented those draft support documents to the state board. They weren't passed, but our teachers have taken a look at those, and these draft materials serve as a reference. Even if they would have been approved, they still serve as a reference. They aren't a requirement, they're a reference that our teachers who are experts in these areas are looking at, and they're looking at where they may need to add critical information, where there weren't enough examples of a certain topic or certain resource. They're adding. These are just examples that are included in these draft documents. And they're also determining the focus of our unit plans
based on their experience as teachers, based on their knowledge of our community and our community's expectation, and based on the needs of our students. You know, a couple examples that I'm aware of is like in, I think it was second grade, where looking at some of the examples that were given for one of the topics and the teachers knowing, well, gee, this is not sufficient. We need additional examples. Or looking at a certain topic and saying, this just isn't appropriate, developmental or appropriate to be teaching in first grade or second grade. We're going to move this to a different grade level as we're looking at this pacing and we're looking at building these unit guides. And so that's the type of work that our teachers are doing as they're looking at these documents and they're building out these plans. And we'll continue to be looking at what eventually may be approved by the State Board of Education this week. We shared with you in May our plan for keeping the school board updated and the community updated on our teachers' work and our staff's work on implementing these revised social studies standards. As we noted then, we plan to come back to you on July 12th and with an update. On July 12th at your board meeting, we plan to share some work products. We also plan to share with you, hopefully by that point, a web page in collaboration with Ms. Murphy, a web page that will be available with all the resources and information that we've shared so far at board meetings about the implementation of these revised standards, as well as a portal for feedback from our parents and community, where our parent and community members can share questions, can share feedback, and then if appropriate, based on the trends that we see, we'll develop a frequently asked questions document that will also be part of this web page so we can have some resources for our public. So we're working towards having that developed by July 12th. We'll be coming back at your August 2nd meeting, updating you again on our refinements and our work as we move forward. Of course, we'll be keeping you updated on what the state decides to do around those draft supporting documents, when they might be or might not be approved, and what they look like. We'll be sharing that information with you. We also, as noted in May, our team continues to work on revising our curriculum and instruction pacing guide and resource website. You know, we talked about that for several years. This has been an inward-facing, an internal customer website where our teachers have, basically staff members, you have to sign in to get in and see all the resources, all the curricular resources. Anybody can see the pacing guides, but everybody can't get to the resources. And so our staff is looking at making this a forward-facing website where all the links, all the resources, all the pacing guides will be available to anyone. You don't have to be a Moore County Schools employee. And so that takes some time to revise that, making that customer-friendly, if you will. So we're working towards having that revised and ready for public consumption by September of this year. And then, of course, as we move forward, we'll continue to keep you updated through board meetings, through board updates, and any other ways we may need to as we move along with this work. I think it's also worth noting, I know you are, I know we're paying attention to Senate Bill 654. That does have a provision within it, that legislation, to delay the implementation of the social studies curriculum for 1 year. And just want to note that we're paying attention to that, but I also believe the work, and Ms. Gephardt and I both believe the work that our teachers are involved with right now of building these resources, revising this based on revised standards, is valuable work, that even if things are delayed for a year, we'll continue to delve into that work and continue to work that throughout the whole year. If it's not delayed, we are also working with our teachers to support them so we can implement this as we begin the school year. So that's our brief update based on the work that's happening, and certainly we're available for any questions that the board. I believe there's some other things that the board wants to discuss on this topic.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Locklear or Ms. Gephardt?
Yes. You said, you mentioned September. Do you mean the end of August, or do you actually mean September?
I mean September, yes, sir.
Okay, so
trying to give ourselves some good time to make sure it's customer-friendly as we open that up.
Right, so we wouldn't actually be prepared with all of the soonest we would be prepared with at least some of this additional accoutrements is well after school starts, am I correct?
The website will not be prepared until after school begins, yes, sir, but we'll have refined pacing guides, refined resources for our teachers, developed and supported for them. We'll be sharing some of those publicly at board meetings, examples of those, what they look like, as we continue to develop them. So we're going to make this as transparent as we possibly can. Yes, sir.
No, I don't doubt that you guys are doing a yeoman's job, and let me especially say that you're under pressure. And my hope is that we'll give you some more time to do what I think could be a better job, you know, and try to get this delayed for a year, so that, because in addition to building these pacing guides, and all the pacing guides is saying what we will teach when, right? It doesn't say what we will teach, but it says we'll teach, let's say, the Civil War by week 6. We'll teach the World War II by week 14. That's pacing guide, right?
General, yes, sir.
Okay. But it doesn't yet say what we're going to teach about the Civil War, or what we're going to teach about World War II. That's an entirely different project, right?
That's as we continue to build the resources that are attached to those pacing guides, and yes, that's a continual process.
Right. So, the state, wouldn't be us, we've tasked you with doing this in about now 2 months before school starts. Am I right? Something like that?
Yes, sir.
Tough job. But hopefully we can do something about that. But I just wanted to say thank you very much to you and your staff for being under the gun and doing the best you can with what I think is an unresponsive and very rushed North Carolina State School Board.
I would just like to ask, how were our teachers as far as our first week being there? Were they receptive to the content, or what was some of the feedback that you got from our educators?
As Dr. Locklear stated, they saw as they began unpacking, it's about looking at resources. Our elementary folks actually moved over to West Pine Elementary so they could be in an elementary library to look at resources that would pertain to how they could teach a specific standard, so they could pull the books off the shelf and really have good dialogue to add to the support of the units. And they are currently in the process of writing the units that align to the pacing. So they've got the topics the conceptual units that they're doing. They've been very excited. They're really diving in. There's a lot of great conversation. Second grade, we had a lot of deep conversation on what are the best pieces to pull in and what possibly is not something that we feel is developmentally appropriate for second graders. Our teachers were very explicit in, as we sat down and looked at the pacing of, yeah, this is not a topic that we're going to have, that we're going to put in our units in Moore County. So they've had lots of great conversation. The middle school, again, is continuing to dive in deep. High school, they're probably not seeing as big of a change because it's the chronological piece that we've always taught, American history. So it's been great conversation. Ms. Fay and myself have been in those conversations. Dr. Locklear and Dr. Grimacy have also been there as we've been unpacking. So it's been really good conversation.
Ms. Gephardt, if you could, I think with high school teachers, just to elaborate, with high school teachers, it's the reduction of 2 years of history in order to accommodate finance.
It is.
Just comment on that, because I think the narrative I've heard from high school social studies teachers, how are we going to get this done under these in this new framework?
Specifically, since it is up to the current election. So what they're looking at is a huge task of really dissecting what is it that we teach that's going to provide our students with the foundation they need to be successful beyond high school. So they're taking a huge swing at it, but they are worried about now moving into just one semester of a high school American history course.
Ms. Gephardt, just to explain so that everyone understands, we've had 2 years of U.S. history, correct? One is from the beginnings to 1850? Is that
yes,
approximate?
Reconstruction.
And the second year was 1850 to present day. And now we have been tasked with, and we are tasking our teachers with, condensing 2 years into one.
Yes.
And this is thanks to the legislature passing a requirement for a personal finance course.
That is exactly correct. So the passing of the personal finance, That will be in the 12th grade year, so that has required us to move American history back to one semester.
Yeah, ma'am, you said you're beginning to unpack, but really what you've got, and it hasn't been passed yet, is just the unpacking documents for grades K through 5. And you're not even going to get the unpacking documents for 6 through 12 until they say July. Am I correct?
That is correct. But our teachers have never they use those as a guide. They look at them, but that's not the basis of what our teachers use their expertise, what they know about the grades they've always taught. They look at the community. That's what they've we always looked at the unpacking, but it's not been the piece that we have really held on to. So our teachers have used it, but it's not the sole unpacking that we say this is exactly what we're going to teach.
No, I understand, and I know your teachers are doing, once again, a yeoman's job, but I'd like to hopefully give them some more time to do it, and to utilize the state's resources and their resources and think about it. And you also have to train the teachers who are doing this right now are just a small group of teachers, comparatively small. Then you're going to have a professional development for the rest of the teachers, right?
Yes, sir.
So and all that's got to be done prior to August. I wish the state wouldn't have done this to us, and hopefully we can do something about it. I'll have a resolution later on that.
Ms. Gephardt, I hate to put you on the spot, but second grade's been mentioned several times in here. Can you give us an example of something they saw in the second grade drafts that they felt was inappropriate for second grade such that it would not be used and could be switched out?
One piece was the in-depth discussion of the Civil War. They really felt like that was not a topic that they would discuss conflict, but not necessarily really dive into the depths of the Civil War. So that was one example. Another where they felt like some key historical figures were not included, and they were very conscientious that these figures should be part of what we do when we operationalize the curriculum. So and remember, the second grade, if you remember when Ms. Fay talked, that's the biggest different curriculum that they've now gone to more of an American history foundation to second grade. So we're really being conscientious of the text selections that we're going to plan to utilize to make that curriculum developmentally appropriate for our students.
There's also the issue of separation of American history between second and fifth grade.
Yes.
And there was a lot of discussion in the group that I visited with of, to what extent do we have the freedom to move entire grade levels? And they had a very interesting conversation about that, which we can legally do. The problem that we run into, if nobody else in North Carolina does it, students who transfer between school districts end up having a problem. But the problem is no more serious than what military kids deal with when they go from state to state. They're dealing with that all the time. But they were very willing to look creatively at these issues and try to think of a way that they could combine the gamut of American history over a 2-year period of time as opposed to one. But that's a heavy lift. That's a heavy lift.
Other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate the ongoing updates, and obviously our teachers and our curriculum folks are waiting eagerly to see what else comes out of Raleigh and whether it will be on a timely basis or not. In addition to our update, we have added discussion for a possible resolution to request delay in the implementation of the new social studies standards. I have worked with Mr. Levy to draft a resolution, but I'm going to defer to him to run through this resolution, and if it is approved tonight, then we will add it to the executive summary that's posted online with the updates that we might need to make. So, Mr. Levy, I will hand this over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that I think we all realize here is that our school system, I think in all school systems, are under the gun. That the State Board of Education has passed these changes in standards, but they haven't given us a lot of the backup documents to implement them. I know we can do it. I know we can, if under the gun, come up with something which is adequate. But we need to come up with something that is superior. We need to come up with something that is, that meets our high standards. So my belief is that what we can do is ask the state to delay this for a year. Naturally, I would like to have a resolution that says we will delay it for a year. But I am told that legally that's questionable. And I also want to see if we can't get some consensus on the board to actually accomplish something that maybe it's not all that I want or all that somebody else wants, but maybe it's something that we can all agree on, or at least many of us can agree on. So therefore, I propose the following resolution. Whereas the state of North Carolina Board of Education has adopted new standards for all classes in social studies, whereas the adoption has occurred without complete and timely development of the social studies unpacking, glossary, and supporting documents, and whereas SBOE stands for State Board of Education, approval of such material for grades K through 5 has not yet occurred as of mid-June 2021, and whereas SBOE approval of such materials for grades 6 through 12 has been delayed until at least July 2021, and whereas Moore County Schools, in order to implement the new social studies standards and utilize these supporting documents, and whereas Moore County Schools seeks to provide teachers with adequate and appropriate time and support for the development of the social studies curriculum, whereas Moore County Schools seeks to create a program of professional development to familiarize all social studies teachers with the new curriculum, therefore be it resolved, Moore County Board of Education respectfully requests, number one, the State Board of Education delay the mandatory implementation of the new social studies standards until the academic year 2022-2023, or alternatively, the North Carolina General Assembly, either in current session or in special session, delay the implementation of such standards until the academic year 2022-2023. Furthermore, the Moore County Board of Education reserves the right to delay implementation in Moore County until 2022-2023 in the event the State Board of Education still authorizes implementation in 2021-2022. That is my resolution.
Questions or comments? Questions or comments?
I thought on the furthermore that legal counsel, you said that we weren't able to have that in there?
We can reserve. Well, no, I prefer to keep my guidance to the board in closed session. I have offered some guidance on the question. I think I think Mr. Levy has clarified what he means by reserve the right is not that the board is taking action to delay implementation, just that there's a possibility that it may happen in the future. And with that understanding, I'm not concerned that the resolution in and of itself is legally problematic. Is that a fair?
Yes, that's a fair assessment. And what I wanted to do was, by this resolution and in treating the General Assembly and the Board of Education to do something, I did not want to foreclose the possibility that we might do that, although I think it's wise to talk to legal counsel if we actually were to decide to do something like that.
Other comments or questions? Mr. Hensley?
Thank you. I just have some comments. The state school board needs to get their act together, and it's my understanding, just based upon comments on this issue, that they frequently produce products late, and that's unsatisfactory. You know, they've got thousands of bureaucrats up there working tirelessly, I'm sure, and yet in spite of that, they continue to produce products late, requiring knee-jerk reaction or short time frames for local school boards or local school districts to do our work, and that's unsatisfactory. In addition, the social studies standards are controversial, and they're controversial for several reasons. There appears to be there is documented content bias in them, and then there was last-minute substitutions and shenanigans at the state school board. You know, they say, oh, there were 2 years of comments. Well, yeah, there were 2 years of comments completely negated by last-minute 30-day insertions of new standards. And it's time that we stand up. It's time that we as a local school board stand up and tell the state school board and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction that this is unsatisfactory and we're not going to tolerate it. So thank you. This resolution is actually a two-pronged resolution. And it's a legislative request to the General Assembly to provide legislative relief to us and other school districts in delaying the social studies standards for a year, as Mr. Levy pointed out. So our people do have time to do it more deliberative and whatnot. But most importantly, or equally important, is a message to the state school board and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to produce unbiased products in a timely manner so that they really support us, not put us under the gun to do things. So I support this resolution, and I hope my fellow board members do as well. Thank you.
And that was going to be my question, just for clarification. Not only are we asking this resolution will be sent to the State Board of Ed, but it will be sent to the General Assembly as well.
Yes, I think we should certainly do that because we're asking them to delay it, and I think they also need our input. I think they need to know there is a bill pending, and I think they need to know that the school boards, not just us, but other school boards throughout the state, are watching them and hoping for their leadership.
And then my last comment, Madam Chair, is with our legislative committee that we have, I think Mr. Dennison, Mr. Hensley, I'm not sure who maybe Mr. Levy.
Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes. But it probably would not be a bad idea for you to reach out to our representatives as well to let them know that this resolution it will be sent to the General Assembly. Just a thought.
Well, just to let you know, there's already a bill on the floor, Senate Bill 654. It includes 20 pages. It includes lots of stuff, but it does include delaying this. So it's already in process. And right now they say it should be coming up to move to another committee this week. Whether it does or not, I don't know. But the bill's already there. If they pass this bill, that'll delay it.
I thought I understood that the House had already tacked it onto a COVID bill and approved it. Is that correct?
Well, that's 654. Yeah, but it had not been approved by the General Assembly.
Oh, okay.
It's in that went from the Senate to the House. The House made some changes in it and then sent it back to the Senate. And the Senate's reviewing the changes now. And then they'll negotiate and they'll reach a point and then they'll decide to do something about it. And I wish we could have a resolution to send to the General Assembly on getting our budget too. We will not receive our budget this year until after school starts. We never received a budget last year. So we need to put pressure on them to get their you-know-what in gear and get together and make a decision and let us know how much money we're going to have for next year.
Dr. Locklear, one question there. The personal finance course does come into existence this fall. That is correct? So our U.S. history classes are going to be condensed into that one this fall.
That's based on the class of, Donna, make sure I'm saying this right. Yes, ma'am, it is
Yeah.
coming into.
Yeah,
But
that precedes what's going on right now.
Oh, that's not part of the social
They delay the
studies?
curriculum. The current version of Senate Bill 654 would delay the implementation of that as well.
Oh, just leaving us hanging even further.
Is it finance included with social studies?
It is. It's our fourth
Right.
required social studies course.
It's part of the social studies.
And it will be, that course that was actually approved last year. So that course will come into effect with this
Okay.
incoming ninth
Okay.
grade group.
Okay.
So we will not be teaching that course, and we'll be phasing out for at least the next 2.5, 3 years.
Okay, thank you, that explains it. Okay, Mr. Hensley?
I would just make the observation, based upon what Mr. Dennison said, is the fact that this is actively being debated by both the House and the Senate. I actually think it's passed by the House, but it's actively being debated by at least the Senate. This is timely. Now's the time for us to weigh in.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and make my change before this moves on.
Okay, that's fine. You might want to, okay, we might want to call for a second. I don't know if
Well,
we had a second on this.
We did. Mr. Hensley
Oh,
did.
did he? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I would like to amend the resolution, and this is a grammatical change such that Mr. Ramey will approve. In the fifth whereas, I left out a verb when I typed this up. So it would then read, if the amendment is approved, whereas Moore County Schools without these materials is unable to implement the new social studies standards and utilize these supporting documents. So I'm putting in, you get it?
I not only get it, but I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so it would read.
I think verbs are important.
I do too. So it would read, whereas Moore County Schools without these materials is unable to implement the new social studies standards and utilize these supporting documents.
So I move we accept that, what Levy mentioned. She can't make the motion, the chair.
Okay, and if Mr. Levy is willing to accept it as a
Oh,
friendly,
yes, I accept
friendly
that
correction.
as a friendly amendment.
So we have to pass the amendment and then we'll.
Okay,
I want the pilot to write down that we are friends, and this is a friendly amendment.
friendly
Please get that
amendment.
down on the pilot, would you please?
So I made the motion for the amendment. We need I made the motion for the amendment. We need a second amendment. We need to vote on that.
I'll second.
Okay.
all right. Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, are there any objections? All right, then it will simply carry, and the amendment will be added into or the change will be made in the resolution. All right, so now we would move to the resolution, which has been presented by Mr. Levy and seconded by Mr. Hensley. Is there any further discussion about the resolution and the purpose in it?
Right here.
Okay, and we will,
Madam Chair, if I could defer to legal counsel on procedure, do we need to first make it a board action item and then take action?
Excuse me, the agenda was amended to note this as a potential action
Potential
item,
action.
and that's fine. That's
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a little different than we normally designate things, but it's.
And I might also note, it says potential action item in the text, actually, of the
executive
the
summary.
executive, actually, no, in the agenda itself. If you look at the agenda below,
Okay.
not the title, but just below that. Do you see what I'm saying?
So we're okay doing what
Well,
we're
we're
doing.
okay doing it.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, and then, all right, so at this point, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the resolution to delay the mandatory implementation of the new social studies standards, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 7-0. Mr. Levy, I'll work with you to see the direction we will be going with this as to who we're going to get this printed out and off to the proper folks
Yes,
in
yes, ma'am, and I
Raleigh.
want to,
And we'll do this very quickly.
I want to acknowledge and appreciate the work of the board, of the chair, in making this resolution possible.
Thank you. All right, let us move on now to board action items. We are first with the appointment to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees, and I have opted to recuse myself from this discussion, so we'll be turning the chair over to Vice Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just from our executive summary, just want to provide an overview of our process to get to this point this evening. Our summary reads that during our school board's work session on June 7th, school board members were presented with the names and information of those applicants interested in being considered for nomination to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees. The members that were selected, our board members who were selected to contact the 6 applicants were Mr. Dennison and Mr. Holmes. And out of the 6 applicants, they provided 3 individuals who should be considered from their perspective to nominate to the trustee board. The individuals were Mr. Gary Evans, Mr. Thomas Adams, and Mr. Todd Round. And then everyone, we remember that on our work session from May 3rd, that the chair again asked for motion for the appointment. And just a reminder, the Moore County School Board, we have an obligation to appoint 4 members to the Sand Hills trustees. Those are George Little. His term runs through June 2022. Art Blue, his term runs through June 2023. Connie Lovell, her term runs through June 2024. And Gary Evans, whose term ends June of 2021. And he is the trustee member who is up for reappointment. Each term as the trustee, their terms begin July 1st. And the appointments shall be made by June 30th of the same year. So this evening, we are to a point to where we want to open the floor for any additional nominations this evening. Again, we have Gary Evans, we have Thomas Adams, and we have Todd Round. So at this time, I will open the floor for any additional nominations that our board members may have.
Excuse me a second, Pam. I think we're just going to start from scratch, right?
That's right.
For the 6.
Ms. Thompson,
We're not assuming anybody's nominated yet. We're
Correct.
gonna
Okay.
start from
There's
scratch.
recommendations have been made
Okay.
of the 3 names mentioned, but we'll need nominations from the floor for
Okay.
anyone the board may wish to vote on.
So at this time, we'll open the floor for board members to nominate candidates for Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees.
And I'm sorry, I'm still not 100% clear. So all 6 candidates are under consideration. No one is currently nominated, correct? The
Correct.
committee recommended
Correct.
3, but
Correct.
no one's currently nominated.
Correct.
And okay, thank you.
Yep. So,
Madam Vice Chair, I nominate Todd Round.
okay. Any additional nominations?
Do I call you the chair since you're the interim chair, or Ms. Thompson, or Madam Chair? Very good. Take the gavel, please. Madam Chair, I nominate Michael Parker.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Madam Chair, I'll nominate Tom Adams.
We have Todd Round, we have Michael Parker, and we have Thomas Adams. Are there any other nominations?
I'll nominate Gary Evans.
Okay. Any other nominations? At this time, hearing no additional nominations, we will declare the nominations are closed. And at this time, we will begin our voting process.
Discussion?
Discussion.
So it's fine if board members wish to discuss, that can be held informally. There doesn't need to be, there's no motion, because they'll be voting by written ballots.
Right.
So Ms. Potter can go ahead and distribute the ballots, but it's appropriate if board members wish to comment on any of the nominees. I think that would be appropriate at this phase.
Mr. Hensley?
Madam Chair, if I could. Looking back at the 4 nominees, or the 4 current serving board members that you read off, I've not seen a lot of diversity in the people that this board has historically nominated. If you want to be governed by the country club class, we have 4, with the current board members, that this board's nominated to the Sand Hills Community College. We have Forest Creek covered, we have the Country Club in North Carolina covered, and we have Pinehurst Country Club covered. I don't see diversity, and by diversity, I'm not talking about the superficial diversity that a lot of people think of, such as skin color, gender, and whatnot. I'm talking about true diversity. I'm talking about diversity of background. I'm talking about diversity of education. For example, I don't see anyone that this board's nominated that's from Northmore. Homeschoolers and alternative education families are an important part of our community, and I don't see people that are this board's nominated to the Sand Hills Community College coming from homeschool families or whatnot. So that's why I support Mr. Parker, because he's a Northmore resident. He's homeschooled his children. He's a lifelong entrepreneur, lifelong resident. Anyway, so that's why I support Mr. Parker.
Any additional comments?
Yes, I would like to make some comments regarding Todd Round. As I mentioned last meeting, his comments were quite simply, SCC has changed my life 30 years ago. He says, it's a product of Moore County Schools, was graduated from Pinecrest, went immediately into the workforce for several years, decided that he wanted to go further than that. So he went to night school for several years before he received his associate degree at Sand Hills Community College. And so he really has a heart for Sand Hills Community College. And the only thing he said he wanted to do was he wanted to ensure the Sand Hills Community College of 30 years ago, which was so open and affordable to me, where I learned and grew, is even better 30 years from now. And I might add that he went on to get a bachelor's degree also, and as an executive with IBM. Thanks.
Any additional comments? Each of you at this time should have a ballot, and so it's time for you to vote for your applicant or candidate, and be sure that you sign and date.
I know they're small.
Oh, here's, I got mine. I found it.
And while those are being collected, I will say that over the years, the Sand Hills trustees have changed, obviously. I had the opportunity to serve as a trustee for 4.5 years. And I know that currently there is a member that lives in Carthage. And we had another community member from the Robbins area, Mr. Larry Upchurch, Dr. Upchurch, who was a trustee for some time. So through the years, there has been different ones from different areas of the county.
You might let him know, Pam, too, that for the Board of Trustees, school board appoints 4, commissioners appoint 4, governor appoints 4.
Mm-hmm.
And they all rotate. Each group has a different one, or votes every year on not all at once.
So at this time, we'll have our ballots counted, and our attorney will report our results.
So the results of this round of voting are 3 votes for Mr. Parker, 2 votes for Mr. Evans, and 1 vote for Mr. Round. As I previously advised the board, you do need a majority to actually elect someone to the position. So you're 1 vote short of a successful election here. So under Robert's rules, the normal procedure would be just simply to vote again. If board members wish to add additional comments, they may. But at this point, we have a 3 to 2 to 1 vote.
And so to have the majority, I had actually asked this question ahead of time. that it would have to be a four.
A majority, you need a majority to appoint
Four,
someone,
it would
not,
be a-
not a plurality.
Yeah.
Three is a plurality, it's not, you need 4 out of 7 votes.
Okay.
What will we have to do to get so we only vote 2 without voting again? Can we make any decisions about the top 2 vote getters or the
So
top
you
2 that
could.
we'll?
Robert's rules say to simply keep voting, and that's been your practice in the past. The board could revise its procedures and have a runoff procedure. Essentially, it's not consistent with Robert's rules, but you don't need to be bound by Robert's rules. So if you wanted to have a runoff, you'd need to take action to revise your election procedures accordingly.
So who were the top 2 again, Mr. Ramey?
Mr. Parker with 3 votes and Mr. Evans with 2 votes.
Okay. So what is your pleasure as far as, do we go again just to see how that voting will be and then make a decision if we need to change our process?
Let me try to make the following motion, and I'm asking not to, go ahead. Yes, I yield.
I've got a question for the board attorney. You mentioned that we had to have a majority of 7, but the chair recused herself. So do we have to have a majority of 6? And if so, what's a majority of 6?
Still 4.
So you still have to have 4.
You still have 4 votes.
Yeah. Huh.
And Mr. Ramey, my reason for recusing myself is no longer valid. May I re-enter and vote in the next balloting?
Your recusal is a matter of conscience in the first place, wasn't legally required. So if, I don't see any legal reason why you couldn't enter the voting if you feel that there's nothing that prohibits you from
Thank you.
acting.
Well, let's
as
try it
a
again, see what
district.
happens.
Well, let me make the following motion, and I'll ask, I don't want to necessarily make it a motion, but I want to ask the board. Let us try to do it one more time.
Yeah.
Right.
And if it doesn't work one more time, no, but if it doesn't work one more time, let us then go take the top 2 vote getters,
Yeah.
and we'll decide that way. That's just my opinion.
Think positively, Bob. We're
Ms.
gonna get it
Potter,
done.
All right,
if
we'll
you
get
would
it.
pass
I
pass those
positively
out
think
one
we'll
more
get it.
time.
Sure, for sure.
And just for the audience, the record on voting for this board was 74 votes one time?
79.
79.
That's
so-
not this board, though. You need to keep that in mind.
The Moore County School Board record is 79 votes on a nomination, so we will not do that.
That's actually the state record, Mr. Hensley, that's a state record.
Is it a
There was another jurisdiction that when they started drawing close to that record, they all got together and decided they couldn't get that distinction, so they made sure they got it taken care of before they
I
got
forgot
to
who
the
all the nominees were again. I was the only one that voted for Round. Who are the 4 nominees?
We have,
It was Mr. Todd Round,
Yeah.
Mr. Michael Parker, Thomas Adams, and Gary Evans.
Oh, okay.
I folded mine, so it'd be secret.
Okay, now we say a little prayer, Bob.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Then we're gonna have a 3-3-1.
And even though that we are voting by written ballots, obviously, this will be public record.
yes.
Mr. Ramey, do you have the
I
results?
do, I'm double checking my math with Ms. Potter.
Okay.
Who was that? Who was the?
So we do have a successful election.
Awesome.
We have 1 vote for Mr. Round, 2 votes for Mr. Parker, and 4 votes for Mr. Evans, who is now officially the next trustee for Sand Hills Community College, appointed by the board.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Madam Chair, back over to you.
Thank you. We will congratulate Mr. Evans and notify him that he has been appointed to serve a second term. We move now to a review of the contracts for exceptional children's services for the coming year.
Madam Chair, I
Dr.
believe it's
Grimacy, or-
Dr. Mr. Cox that'll approach the podium. As you could see from the executive summary, Mr. Cox and Dr. Bullard went back and provided more detailed information about their assessment of competitive opportunities for these services. They also have consulted with legal counsel to ensure the legal appropriateness of the evaluation process, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cox.
Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Madam Chair, board members, there were questions around that, as Dr. Grimacy mentioned. So do want to share the information that we have for each recommended contract, with the exception of our nursing services contract and Sandhills Children's Center. 2 additional companies provided pricing information for comparable services. So 3 bids or quotes for 3 of the services being provided. Our nursing services already had 2 competing vendors, so there was not additional vendor required for bidding there. The Department of Public Instruction Exceptional Children's Divisions approves community-based developmental day program funding specific to approved developmental day centers, as well as specific individuals on an application basis. And Sandhills Children's Center is the only licensed and approved community-based developmental day program in Moore County. All contracts recommended for award are the incumbent and the lowest price provider, which also allows for effective continuity of services for our students. I'm happy to take any questions around the bidding or quote process.
Are there questions?
Just one technical question. There is a nursing contract that's on the consent agenda for the commissioners tomorrow. Is that the same nursing contract that we're talking about here, or is that something different, or what's going on?
I'm not sure what's on the,
Well, that's got to be different.
No, it is on their consent agenda. It is the revenue that they approve that comes from DHHS through the local health.
School nurse funding initiative contract. That is something completely separate. That's something that is provided by the state that goes through the health departments. So it has to be approved by the county for us in order to get funding to provide a nurse for the district.
Okay.
So it's completely separate for these. These are specific to EC Children's Services.
That's flow-through money from the State Department of Health and Human Services through the local health department, which we can only access if the county commissioners approve it.
That is correct, yes, sir.
So that's
Just-
regular nurse.
Yeah, it just seemed confusing to me because it said on their agenda, contract for nursing with Moore County Schools. And I'm saying, what? I didn't see that contract, so, okay, thank you. That clarified it.
You have another question?
Which of these contracts did you say that we received quotes, multiple quotes for?
So the Johnny Sexton and Associates Audiological Services, Alliant Help Teacher for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and All-American Interpreters Sign Language contract had 3 quotes. The Maximum IntelliChoice provide nursing services, so there are already 2 competing vendors there at the same price. We didn't need another quote for that. And then the Sandhills Children's Center, by nature, is approved already by the Department of Public Instruction. We have to fill out an application per student. They in turn approve that application and say where the funding can be used for that student.
When you say they, the state?
The Department of Public Instruction, Exceptional Children's Division.
So they force us to use that, or they choose?
So in order to get developmental day funding, they approve a facility and amount for a specific child based on the application that we submit to them. And the Sandhills Children's Center is the only approved developmental day center located within Moore County.
If there were 2 such approved entities, then you would have competition between them, but.
But it would
given
still be
there's-
based on where the application was submitted.
That's correct.
That they review, the Exceptional Children's Division, their
And-
TPI.
And that's my concern that we talked about last week, is wherever possible, we obviously need to make sure that we get competing bids, but obviously if it's not possible, then it's not possible.
In that case, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. We will now move to item 8C.
Madam Chair, Dr. Locklear and Dr. Powers, as referenced earlier by some of our speakers, made a presentation last week. There's obviously been some concerns and questions raised this evening. If board members have those, the gentlemen are available to respond to those questions before you consider a motion.
Thank you.
Do you gentlemen have anything to open with, or are you just ready to take questions from board members?
We're ready to take questions, board members, as appropriate. Yes, sir.
If you could just briefly, just summarize the intent of this platform, the Panorama.
I can start and turn it over to Dr. Powers as well, but the intent is to provide just that, a platform that we can administer our surveys in Moore County Schools, both student surveys and staff surveys, and as appropriate, parent community surveys. This platform, as noted in the executive summary, also provides some research-based questions that we may pull from, and we also insert our own locally created survey questions into the platform. The platform then stores that data. We're able to analyze that data, break it down in different ways, and it has some resources, support areas that we may need professional development, or we want to explore further, like our counselors may want to explore something further. There's some resources that Panorama has that supports our staff. I don't know if Dr. Powers wants to add anything.
So I couldn't help but notice that you left out the professional development capability of Panorama. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, I guess I did. I guess I did overlook it. Okay, thank you.
Apparently, it's your intent to use Panorama for introductory equity training for teachers, correct?
We did, no, well, we did not. We trained them on social emotional learning this year through the Panorama platform. And we could explore, we've discussed, yes, sir, exploring using some Panorama resources to continue to explore opportunities for equity training. Yes, sir.
Now, apparently Panorama does transformative social and emotional learning. That is, to me, as a matter of fact, Panorama, by their own statements, have changed the definition of social emotional learning to transformative social emotional learning. What is your understanding of transformative social emotional learning? I know what my understanding is. They want to change the minds of kids to be social justice warriors, but that's just what I've gotten from their websites.
Honestly, I don't know what it means. I can tell you what our training's been based on. Our training's been based on the social emotional learning framework from the state of North Carolina, which is based on CASEL. I don't know if Dr. Powers would like to add anything to that.
Yeah. As it relates to the word transformative, and I'm not exactly sure why the word transformative is used. If you look at our social emotional learning survey that we've administered for the past 3 years, you'll find 4 sections related to SEL competencies. Those are grit, growth mindset, and social awareness. And then we also have 4 areas related to student supports and environment that we also survey as a part of that, that are not SEL competencies, and those are related to sense of belonging, school safety, engagement, and teacher-student relationships. How could I forget that one? So those are the kind of the 7 domains of the social emotional learning survey that we give.
Well, my concern goes beyond the surveys of Panorama. Panorama is based upon transformative social emotional learning. Transformative social emotional learning, I'm just using their websites and what they call it, is to see to see things through a racial lens. And those are their words, not mine. Are you familiar with that?
I am. I think it may, when you think transformative, and if you look at, perhaps they do have a diversity and inclusion survey. That's not a survey that we have used in the past or have not pulled any questions related to that, perhaps. In my mind, I'm thinking when you think of maybe transformative as it relates to social emotional learning, is that, this is not something perhaps that it's relatively new to us in Moore County over the last 3 years, and taking those kind of social, how students think and perceptions of students and how they feel at school, and using that to positively affect their academic outcomes. That's the way I see this. And if you look at our social emotional learning survey questions, I think you would have a hard time finding a question that says that would be related to.
My concern is not the surveys so much, although it is a problem because they do give you a social score, and the social score determines whether there will be intervention. And the social score is very, very similar to what's done in the PRC, the People's Republic of China, where everyone gets a social score. But my concern is, and by the way, I decided I would sign up for Panorama. And I decided that I would listen to some of their lectures and try to be a part. Apparently, they also offer some, basically what I would call group therapy. And within that group therapy, they have a guy who constantly talks about oppression and about how students are oppressed. And my concern is, of course, that I know of all these immigrants who are coming to the United States, and they're not coming to be oppressed. My concern is, and let me just give it to you in a nutshell. There is a trainer that they have, and she's on her website. She's proudly displayed on her website. I think her name is Afori. And she has done apparently the training for Panorama for places like Wake County, I believe it's Winston-Salem and Arlington, Virginia. Close to Fairfax, but not quite Fairfax. Okay, so I decided to look up her LinkedIn. And when I looked through some of the projects she did, and it's tough to make this up, so I don't. So I look at her projects. One of them is in Havana, Cuba. This is not the company that we want to give in Moore County. We want to give $187,000 to. Isn't there some other company that can give you survey capability other than Panorama? There's got to be Yahoo. There's got to be other things. Isn't there something else? Because my hope is that unless we want to support people who do work in Havana, Cuba, unless we want to support what is really, really hardcore critical race theory, that we shouldn't approve this contract. Isn't there some other?
Well, I would say we're as we discussed at the work session. We want to find a company that offers us the ability to have to look at this data longitudinally, to have it over the course of time, to be able to break it down and be able to look at our subgroups. We need that. We're just talking about simple platforms like a Google or something like that you might get for free or for very little cost. You're not going to necessarily have that. The other thing I would say is there is a focus on equity and diversity throughout the country. So that is a part of Panorama's platform. It's, as I said, it's not a part of the platform that we have used, but it's there.
Just let me say one thing. I believe in diversity, but I don't think it has a damn thing to do with equity. I've been a lawyer for 40 years, and I've practiced in front of courts of equity. And courts of equity I thought I knew the definition of the term equity. And to this day, I still don't know what it is. I still can't define it. I don't want to give $187,000 to something I can't define. And if I believe I can define it, if I can come close to it, it is critical race theory on steroids. I would hope that this board does not spend $187,000 on critical race theory, because if you just take some time and read what Panorama has to offer, you're going to find out that you are admitting critical race theory into Moore County. And not only are you doing that, the basis of this company is oppression. That certain students are oppressed, and I want every dime that we spend in Moore County to say kids are not oppressed, they have opportunity. And I want diversity, but I want diversity of thought. I want kids to be taught to critically think, not to be told what to think. So.
And with this, I would say this: the purpose of our surveys is to get our students' perceptions, right? That's the purpose. And so we're getting our students' perceptions through these surveys. How do they perceive how they're treated at school? How do they perceive, their classes?
And you know something? If the only thing that Panorama did was surveys, then I might agree with you. But Panorama is a left wing, as hardcore left as you can get in a company which has as its ethos teaching kids that they're oppressed. And it's just, their goal is not surveys. It's well beyond surveys. If you just look through their websites and work through them and go into some of their so-called therapy sessions, which I understand, based upon the surveys, the kids can be referred to. And by the way, that doesn't cost anything, so it's very, very convenient in that way. So,
I don't know.
No.
I don't know of anything about the site where students go into and work with people from Panorama.
Then what you need to do is you need to Google Panorama and sign up for their. Just put your email, preferably your school email, not your personal email, in there, and get these solicitations that I get all the time from there, and then also look at. You said something which is important, that there's a lot of movement toward this equity stuff throughout the educational community. Well, what we were elected to do, I believe, and what I believe I was elected to do, was to fight back against that.
Dr.
And that's
Mr.
why
I was
I'm
going to
here.
say, Mr. Levy.
Yeah.
Dr. Powers.
And by the way, and let me apologize ahead of time to Dr. Powers. Dr. Powers, you are a great servant and a great public servant, and I don't mean to be taking out anything on you. I am just very passionate, and I apologize for my passion against this critical race theory and against Panorama, because I see that as the ticket to critical race theory in Moore County.
Okay.
Yes, okay,
That's
yes.
it. We got you.
Yeah.
Passion is
Yeah,
good.
fight others.
Passion is always
It's good,
good.
and I thank you very much for not getting angry
Okay,
at me.
Mr. Levy. Dr. Powers is not here to debate with you either, but it's good to hear your
Okay.
points. Ms. Thompson, I think you had a comment.
I do. Dr. Powers, from your presentation last Monday on this topic, you indicated that this is a platform, and that in years past, aren't you developing your own survey questions for the platform internally? I mean, there's nothing about critical race theory that's going out. Can you talk a little bit about that in your process?
Sure. We have given traditionally, just real quickly, we've given 3 surveys here in Moore County Schools. One is the SEL survey, which is We have used the Panorama platform, their SEL survey for that. We've given a climate and culture survey, which we develop ourselves based on an OCR survey that we had from back in the 2014-15 school year. And then before this year, we'd given a YRBS survey as well, which was also we developed based on the Center for Disease Control's biannual national YRBS survey that they have. So basically, the only surveys from the platform that we were using was the SEL survey and pulling from their questions.
And you have the opportunity to pick and choose what survey questions will be provided to the students.
Correct. You can choose which competencies or which SEL competencies to survey students on, or which student supports and environments questions to survey students on.
Seth, we've done this for 3 years and collected the data, but my question to you would be, what have we done with the data for our schools? What use is it?
Yeah, and so I look forward to being able to report out and share some more information related to our SEL surveys. You know, we look at it each year as we get them back. We actually did, in this year, we had a session in December with our principals where we come back together. We look at all the data from all of our schools. You know, it's good for us as a district to be able to see the things that we need to work on overall related to our SEL competence, but it's most powerful for our principals and to be able to see in their schools, okay, in what areas are my students very strong and in what areas are they weak, and then how can I work with my teachers to help support those areas. So maybe there may be a large portion of a particular school. You know, I see that in my 4th grade class, okay, the growth mindset related to these students, and then being able to think that they're capable of doing more and achieving higher, you know, maybe they're not doing as well with that. And then there are some PD strategies and things in place that Panorama does help to provide that teachers can use as a quick way to help students to grow in those areas. You know, we have also reported out on this data to the board in the past.
Mm-hmm.
You know, generally the last large report we did on it was a part of the strategic plan update from 2 years ago. We're getting ready to do that again next fall. So I anticipate again doing that. And I do want to point out along with that, you know, our goal through these surveys is to better understand our students' needs. And particularly, we can't look at them as one big whole group. We have to look at them as subgroups because that's what they are. And when we see subgroups that aren't perhaps performing as well as others in different areas, we want to support those. We want to support all of our subgroups. And if we don't have ways to look at that and identify where are we weak, where are we strong, it's hard to know where to go next. And I also want to point out that is a part of the board strategic plan and what the board has expected us to do, and that's why we're trying to go this route.
And my last question, Miss May, would you scroll up so we can see down at the bottom of this presentation? If I remember correctly, the dollars for this is coming for SR funds, SR 2 and 3. Okay.
It is 2 and 3, SR.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Caldwell, did you have another question?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I'm all about the surveys. I just think I don't agree with it being a computerized version and we're not creating it. So if we had something where we were creating them, as far as the SEL, then I think I'd be more apt to saying, I approve it. But I just, to not know what they're saying, and that just it doesn't leave right with me. So.
I will share one other thing. Mm-hmm. The advantage to that, to having the surveys that they have, they are research-based. So, there is an art to writing a survey question. You don't just, you can come up with it off the top of your head, but that doesn't necessarily mean, is it reliable, is it valid? So all that research has been done in their surveys that they have available, like the SEL survey. It also, by taking that survey, it allows our district to be compared to other school districts across the nation that also take those surveys, so that you can see what the national norms are and where does your school or your school district fall in relation to scores on other schools and districts. So that's an advantage of that, but I understand.
On that topic, if you'd please clarify, have we used any of Panorama's survey questions without prior authorization of the board?
We have not. Our practice is that, although we're not required to bring every survey to the board for approval, our practice has been that we have brought every survey to the board for approval.
And when we do that, how do we go about that in terms of transparency and disclosure?
Well, we always want to make sure that certainly that our parents and our families are aware of our surveys. So for the past 3 years, when we brought these surveys to the attention of the board, we have done that in the fall. We brought the 3 surveys. We seek the board's approval to seek community feedback on the surveys. We then spend a month doing that, where we put the surveys online so they're there for parents to be able to look at, to review. We also have paper copies in the school offices as well for parents that might not have internet access. We open it up online, create a parent portal where we receive feedback related to that. They can also give feedback to their principals at their schools. We bring that feedback back to the board, share it with you, and then seek approval to move forward with surveys at different times throughout the year. And then, of course, always also make sure that parents are well informed. There are Connect Ed messages or school messenger messages that go out to make parents aware of the process for approval in the spring or in the fall when we're trying to do that, as well as when we administer the surveys, whether that be the SEL in November or whether it be the climate and culture in the spring. We announce those dates. I'll also share that we also provide information to parents related to surveys in our parent-student handbook that's distributed at the beginning of the year as well. So we do our best to make parents aware.
Mr. Hensley, did you have a question or comment?
I do, I have both.
Go ahead.
So the first thing I want to say is to my fellow board members, if you've never paid attention to anything that I've said before, now's the time to start because this is important, right? When it comes to Panorama, the survey portion is a red herring. I'll say that again. It's a red herring. Let me start off with my question. Mr. Powers, are you aware of any plans to use Panorama for introductory equity training in Moore County schools? I'll say that again.
Yeah, no problem. And Dr. Locklear had shared, yes,
Okay.
we have discussed it.
Right. So there are plans to use Panorama for introductory equity training. So make no mistake about it. Panorama is a survey platform, and it's also an indoctrination platform. And just bear with me, and I'm going to make the case. First, let me say, I have no doubt, Mr. Locklear and Mr. Powers, that Moore County Schools needs a survey platform, but Panorama is not it. There's a couple issues with surveys. Let me back up a little bit. There's a couple issues with surveys. First, there's the policy and there's the platform. I think as a board, we need to revisit our policy on surveys and parental notifications, but that's not the topic tonight. The topic is the platform. And like Mr. Levy and other board members and a lot of people in the public, I have personally looked into Panorama and I've got lots of input from parents. And I've seen enough. Panorama, among other things, it's perverted social emotional learning to transformative social emotional learning. I posted this on my Hensley Facebook page. This is an example of some of the professional development that's offered on Panorama. SEL is social justice, dismantling white supremacy within systems and self. So let me make this case. We just heard that Moore County Schools plans on using Panorama for professional development and equity training for teachers. Well, let me give you an example. Social emotional learning as social justice, dismantling white supremacy within systems and self. If you vote for this funds, that's what you're voting for, the professional development of our teachers. But that's not it. You know, as the Ronco guy says, there's more. Panorama, when you look at Panorama and go spend some time on their website, there's no diversity in their training and their seminars. All I see are hard left positions presented, taught by people, as Mr. Levy said, that are proud of their hard left credentials. Just spend some time there. All you got to do is a couple clicks and it'll be apparent. I didn't see any other dissenter. I didn't see any center or center right positions or presentations. I didn't see any alternative ideas such as conservative approaches to solving problems, longstanding problems. All I saw was hard left ideals and presented by hard left ideologues. We had a parent here this evening that talked about sound basic education and our constitutional responsibility to provide a sound basic education first. Again, I don't doubt the need for more county schools to have a survey platform. Panorama is not it. If you want a survey platform, get it. But what we're getting with Panorama is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thank you, almost makes whatever it's called. Anyway, this is serious business. And again, I've got zero issues. If we need survey software, great, call Oracle. If you need, call Microsoft and get a SQL Server base. But what we're paying for is not just a survey platform. It's a survey platform and an indoctrination system. And Moore County Schools has already said that they plan on implementing the indoctrination part. And that's unacceptable. And that's why all these parents showed up tonight, because they understand that. Thank you.
I would say we did not say that we plan to do that. I did say that we had discussed it, but never did anyone say, yes, we plan to do that. So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
And if we did, would it be that kind of content? Because if that were brought
Absolutely
before
not.
me,
I'll
I
be
think we'd
honest,
have some
absolutely not.
conversations.
That would not be.
Okay, so I'm glad you guys brought that up, because there's a document, professional development available for Moore County teachers. And it's a PDF file. I've got it on my Hensley School Board. And you go in there, and one of the speakers alluded to it tonight, that in that professional development for Moore County certified staff, in many, many disciplines, it linked to Panorama. And if you follow those, here's one. This is a link from the current professional development document published by our central office. And one of the classes is Transformative SEL, an approach to promoting educational equity. So it is completely disingenuous to say, oh, we're thinking about implementing this, because we've already implemented it. It's in your own documents. And if you'd like, we can pull them up on the website and take a look at them. So again, the survey is a red herring. It's to distract people from the real issue of the indoctrination and the training portion of Panorama, which is what the vast majority of people object to. Again, there are hundreds of clean, standalone survey programs. If Moore County Schools wants that, like I said, call Oracle and get it, but do not purchase this wolf in sheep's clothing.
Mr. Dennison, did you?
Yes, I do have. I spent several hours on their website. I looked at many, many surveys, and I did not see anything in the survey questions about what people are talking about tonight. And you can send me some, I'd be happy to see them. But two, just for information, and I'm not in favor of Panorama. I looked at the surveys. I'm only interested in the surveys we give to our children. I don't care what the company does or anything. I'm very interested in the surveys we get. Their definition of equity was freedom from bias or favoritism. I don't know, right wing, left wing, or whatever. Their definition of equitable was dealing fairly and equally with all concerned. I don't see anything wrong, with doing that. But I did look at the surveys. I have perfect confidence we approve any survey that our students see. So I don't buy all this, what they're going to do. It's what we accept that we're going to give to our kids' account. I don't care about the company and all this stuff you say they're doing. It's not going to happen in Moore County schools, and CRT is not going to happen in Moore County schools. So the fact that we give all our parents a chance to look at it months in advance, they can opt out anytime we want to. We see all the surveys. We're getting valuable information to help us educate our children. And you have to know that kids who don't have parents or homeless or the parents have absolutely no money, we have to know how they think. Well, those are the ones that we have to bring up so that we can say that Moore County Schools is educating everyone well. Our top upper 50% are doing well. Everybody's doing well. Graduation rates for our black students, for our white students, for our males, for our females, for our Hispanic students are all over 90%. So we do not have a gender or race problem in Moore County schools. And by the way, on the surveys that I read on there, I saw absolutely no question about race. I've never mentioned race in anything I talk about. I talk about economically disadvantaged students. That's where our problem is. It's not in race or gender or any other stuff. So I have perfect confidence in working with them since we're going to be making the decision on whether or not that survey is going to be given to our students. We need the information. Thanks.
Libby, would it be, or could we, since it's late as well, but could we table this for another time, or do you guys want to vote on it?
Well, if you want to make a motion to table, that is.
And maybe have them look at other platforms to see? I mean, that's just kind of.
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yeah. I guess.
It's the way we do it. That's the way it's done.
If I may,
I want to make a.
if you're considering a motion to table, I would just suggest that the motion be to table to a specific date. Otherwise, it's basically indefinitely tabling is essentially killing a motion. So if the proposal is to defer consideration, then you would typically indicate the date that which meeting you would wish to bring it back for further consideration.
Well, I don't want to put a lot of work on you all, but I make the motion to table the survey for now till next business meeting, and maybe come up with some other alternatives that are for student surveys. Like I've done some research on one that's called Qualtrics. Just there's some out there, like David was saying.
All right.
I think that's, yeah, I was going to say I'd second it, but.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Mrs. Caldwell, seconded by Mr. Hensley, to table this matter until the next board meeting, which would be on July 14th? 12th. July 12th.
I would just like to make a comment and a
Okay, hold on, let me just finish stating this. With the additional request that some research be done into alternative platforms which might be used. Okay?
Don't go
And that is the
crazy.
motion. Discussion.
Yeah, sorry about me jumping the gun. So real quick, there's no danger of the funds expiring in the next month, correct? Mr. Cox? Yeah, so if we put it off for a month or so, no danger of that. So I support this motion because it gives us board members an opportunity to talk to more people in the public. It gives the central office staff an opportunity to look for survey-only platforms that meet the needs. And again, I don't deny the needs for, surveys and the analytics of the data and all that. And it also gives board members to discuss amongst ourselves without a quorum. And maybe I can, cough up some information that might change Mr. Dennison's mind. I don't know, but I see no downside to delaying this for 1 month.
And I wholeheartedly agree. There's a quote that I wanted to give from Panorama. And it says, this is their goal, to combat the social, emotional, and economic inequities that exist as a result of racialized cultural oppression in the United States. That's not a survey platform. And that comes from their transformative SEL. And I would ask, I would also ask that if you guys would please research there, if you plan to bring back Panorama, to look hard at this idea of transformative SEL. Because there are a lot of people on this board who, and I understand it, believe that social and emotional learning is important. I have my questions about it, but a lot of people do believe that if children are having issues and difficult issues, thinking of having troubled homes, having drug abuse, thoughts of suicide, social emotional education can be important. But when you do transformative social and emotional education, what it does is saying that as part of that, we're going to turn you into social justice warriors, where the bottom line is racialized cultural oppression in the United States. And there is not racialized cultural oppression. This is the land of opportunity. And get all the survey platforms you need, I think we'll come up with some money for that, but not Panorama.
I will, and I do want to share one final thing, and understood, a lot of the issue is certainly, I think, probably revolves around more of the professional development piece than it does perhaps the survey
Yes.
platform piece. If we do go with another company, which we could certainly explore and go that route if that's where we end up. But we will lose 3 years worth of data that we've had related to this. I was able to share with you when we talked at the work session related to, we talked about capturing kids' heart, and the question was asked, well, what about, what data do you have that's working? Well, the data that I was able to provide related to teacher-student relationships was data that came from 3 years of teacher-student relationship data from the Panorama survey. So I just say that it's kind of like starting over from ground zero when we lose that data. But FYI,
Comment? Yeah, I just want to say that, I hear all this stuff you're saying, but I don't care about that. I want to see the surveys. I want to see, and I will look more. I spend hours on it, and if anybody has one that can send me a survey, not the one that we do, because I know we can change whatever we want to, but a survey they have that has those questions in there that you're all talking about. Just send me a copy of it. No, this is not the survey. Is it? No,
It's
it's
right
not.
there.
It's a user guide. I don't want the user guide.
To the
I want-
survey.
I think I've already read this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have read this, but I'll look at it again to see if I missed anything. But that's what I'm interested in. We're doing the surveys. Knock out the BS. What kind of surveys are they doing? If they're wrong, I have no problem. And I have no problem delaying this because obviously it's going to take me a while to figure out. Just mark on there which one.
Dr. Powers, just one last question before we
mark 'em
go
on.
ahead and vote. The State Board of Education passed a new school mental health policy, and in that policy, each K through 12 school unit is required to adopt and implement a plan involving student mental health and well-being. And we have to, in that plan, include an assessment in order to evaluate what we're doing for student mental health. This has to be, the completed plan has to be put forth by July 1st. Is the delay in implementing a platform in which to create the assessment going to be create a difficulty for us to have this assessment ready or to complete this?
yeah, and you're right. And the State Board of Education policy does specifically, as a part of mental health, does specifically reference social emotional health and well-being of our students. And you are right, we are required to assess that as a part of that. So what we'll do, and if it's not through this, obviously we'll have to figure out whatever other way that's going to be. And if it's another platform, that's what we'll do. But it will not hamstring us related to that plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
I have one final question. Mr. Powers, you mentioned that we would lose 3 years of survey data. Do we not own the data, and is the data not portable between different databases?
We could. We'll have the data. Obviously, we've got it printed. We can look at that, but I'm talking about being able to go back where once the data is in their system, at the click of a button, you can disaggregate that data in a million different ways in a matter of seconds.
But do we own the data? Will they not let us export it and import it into another platform?
Well, we could get the data, but again, it's not gonna be in the system where it's set up.
Well, sure it would. If we buy the there are competing systems. There are hundred, as Ms. Caldwell said, she's researched one. There are other educational related survey systems. There's other survey systems, and a
Mr.
database
Hensley,
is a database.
We've asked them to do the research and come back. Let's go ahead and vote on this so that we can see that will.
Well, let me finish my point. While you're doing your research, I would like to know if Panorama, well, actually, there's two issues, because there's two things that you brought up. One is, you mentioned that we would lose 3 years of data. So I want to know whether or not we own our data and whether we can export it. The other thing that you mentioned earlier on, and I didn't comment on it, but I'm going to comment on it now, is you said it allows us to take our data and compare it to national norms and this and that. So if we're comparing our data to national norms, that means that our data is also in those national norms. So what is Panorama, if they have our data in their database and they're building national, state, and regional norms, that implies that they have our data. So I want to know what Panorama does with our data as well.
We write that into our contract. Mr. Rainey and his firm work with us to make sure we've got data protection, and there's laws.
That's correct, and all personally identifiable data about students is owned by Moore County Schools. Moore County Schools retains all rights and to the data at all times. It is your data. I think Dr. Power's point was that and I'm not an expert by any means in this, but just scanning the contract, it looks like Panorama can run a lot of sophisticated queries on the data. It's not just that it's numbers in a spreadsheet, but I think what Dr. Powers is saying is you lose the ability to run queries, essentially.
Yeah, we won't be able to do the exact same things that we do with
Right.
that. And that's, but absolutely, am I gonna look, when we look at other things, am I gonna try to find something that we could get close, maybe? We'll try.
All right, any other questions? We'll go ahead and proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion to,
Table.
table, come on.
It's getting late.
Until the July 12th business meeting, and request a little more research into optional platforms which might be available for surveys. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-1. All right, we have one more item on the board action. Item D, the iReady Universal Screener. Dr. Clemency, you want to?
Same process, Madam Chair. We've got Dr. Locklear to offer, if he has any opening remarks, and then to make himself available to answer any questions from board members.
No additional comments, Dr. Grimsey, Madam Chair. We're just open to any additional questions there may be.
Can you remind me of what this is? I've got to get it back up.
Mr. Hensley had asked to have this moved from the consent agenda to the action agenda. So, Mr. Hensley, do you have a reason there?
I don't have anything. I really have no objection to this.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson said so moved. Is it a motion?
He
to
said so
approve?
moved.
No, Ms. Thompson, actually,
So
Ms.
moved, he
Thompson did.
seconded. So
I just want to be clear. What's the motion?
the motion is
The motion to approve.
to approve the.
Yeah.
That's what we're voting on.
Any other discussion? Mr. Levy? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of the approval for the use of iReady?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 7-0. All right, Dr. Grimsey, we have down a superintendent's report.
Yeah, very brief one, Madam Chair. If you could join me at the podium, please. Madam Chair?
Maybe not.
Me. At the podium, please. Would you lead? Ladies first. Madam Chair and members of the board, as you will recall, 22 Moore County schools earned the 2021 Purple Star designation by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. The Purple Star designation is awarded to schools that meet high standards for quality service and support of the unique needs of military-connected students and families. Schools earning the Purple Star Award are required to have a designated point of contact for military students and families, a designated central office administration staff member supporting that point of contact, in each school, and they need to conduct annual professional development addressing the special considerations for military students and families. Additionally, Purple Star schools provide a dedicated online web page for military family resources and optional activities that support military students, as well as a transition program to support inbound and outbound military families. That final requirement for quality transition support for inbound and outbound military-connected students is one of the features, in my view, that has offered the most direct benefit for all inbound and outbound transfer students, regardless of their parents' association with the military. In all my years in education, I've never worked in a school district where everybody is so attentive to paying attention to where we don't get it right with students that are transferring in and out and then trying to remedy that. And it's an ongoing process, and I really am complimentary of all of our folks for doing that. But I do think it's the presence of our military-connected families that really hold us accountable and maintain that high standard. Because all 22 of our schools qualify for the Purple Star Award, the district has been recognized as one of 8 across the state to receive the State Superintendent's Purple Star District Award. On Wednesday, April 14th, Moore County Schools was recognized during a virtual ceremony hosted by the Office of the State Superintendent for Public Instruction. And tonight I want to thank you all as a board for your support for our military-connected students and your recognition that our efforts to meet their unique needs also raises our game when it comes to serving the needs of all of our students. And so we get a lot of plaques and trophies around here, but this one's really kind of nice. And it just arrived here very recently. And so with that, I'm proud to share the 2021 State Superintendent's Purple Star District Trophy to our school board chair, Ms. Carter. And so, Madam Chair.
I accept this on behalf of our Moore County schools and all of our military-connected children, our military-connected staff, and the community at large. That's really cool.
Raise it up, raise it up.
Yeah. And a special thank you to the people who are actually out in the schools who make these children welcome.
That completes my report, Madam Chair.
All right. At this time, this brings us to board comments. Mr. Holmes, any comments?
No comments.
Mrs. Caldwell?
No comments.
Mr. Levy?
Yes, I just wanted to do a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to congratulate everyone who was here at the meeting tonight. You know, we take a look a lot of times at what goes on in the news, and we see these board meetings and these school board meetings, and people are at each other's throats. There's nearly a riot sometimes. But we've had people arguing on the left, on the right, in the middle, and everyone has done it well and has done it respectfully. And that is one of the things that I appreciate of all those people, both those people who might agree with my positions on things and those people who do not. In particular, there was one comment from a woman, I hope I'm getting this correct, it's Felicia Winfield. And Ms. Winfield commented on something that I did notice as I was on the transfers committee for the school district, where people were asking for transfers. And I think she pointed out, and we saw this in the committee, that a lot of African Americans or several African American parents were very, very upset that their children are being moved from basically Southern Middle over to Cranes Creek and Vass. And there are people who live in West Southern Pines. So you're taking them from 1 or 2 miles away to a school, taking them 5, 10 miles away. And when you're looking at riding on a bus, you're talking about could be a couple of hours additional each day because the bus is not fast, of course. The bus makes stops and things like that. We even had one person who, in our committee, who lived quite near the school and couldn't get her child over to one of our close-in schools. So I think that we need to revisit this redistricting. And we've had a lot of things to do this year, and I know that's one thing that no one really wants to do because I understand that this board struggled with redistricting, and but one of the things that when I ran for school board, I said that I would look at very, very hard. And in many ways, I think we've done a disservice to the African-American community by our redistricting. So we deserve to really look at that again. Lastly, let me also say that I want to congratulate all the graduates of Moore County Schools. I got a chance to participate in 2 of the graduations. Like all of us here on the board, 2 of them were together, so we could only do 2 out of 3. But these were to a person, inspiring students and just inspiring graduations. And all of our students, to all of our students, I wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors, whether it's the military, whether it is college, or whether it's a job, because we older people have kind of messed up this world, and maybe it's their time to correct our mistakes. But to them, it's their time, and I wish them all the best because to a person, they are just wonderful people for whom Moore County should be proud.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison.
No comment. Bob took up all my time.
Mr. Hensley. Bob took yours too.
No, I still have 30 minutes. No, I have no well, I was just like Bob, I was going to thank all the citizens for showing up and speaking. People who take the time out of their day to research topics, show up and talk about them is important. And your input, those of you remaining, is listened to, it's thought about, and perhaps acted upon. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson, Mr. Levy took your time too, sorry.
I just have a really quick comment. I was out and about different places last week, and so many people stopped me and were just singing the praises of our Power Up School, saying things were going extremely well, that our children were excited to be there. Some I heard that their child needed it, and others I heard that their children wanted to go. So my compliments, as always, to the staff and the team for being there for our children for the summer months. Thank you so much.
I'll echo that. And to Mr. Levy, when it comes to redistricting, one of the last things I said as we were voting on redistricting 3 years ago now, was it needs to be revisited a minimum of every 5 years, because the previous boards had let this go way too long and simply allowed our schools to become overcrowded and other schools underused. And so, as you know, it was a major undertaking. Nobody swears that any of it was perfect, but it is something that any future board needs to put on a calendar and do on a regular basis, such that you keep things under control. So with that, Mr. Dennison, you got any other words?
I move the meeting be adjourned.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Holmes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.